Mic check, mic check.
Mics are hot. Mic check.
Yes, sir. What it do, what it don't, what it is, and what it ain't. It's your boy, Don Otaku, aka Don Solo, aka Solo the Don, aka Solo D Swaggy, aka it's over. I don't even got an AKA, it's over. It's a wrap for us. Xbox is dead, long live Xbox. But of course we'll be getting into that. And of course I'm here with Subeg, aka Subagels, aka the Green Thumb, aka the Gaming Gardener, aka the Avatar, aka what you got for me today?
AKA we beta boys today.
Oh yeah, you already know. Shout out to the Marathon playtest and the Horizon Magic the Gathering playtest, whatever the fuck that shit is called. But what's been up with you, man? How you been?
Man, I've been good. I didn't get to hit the gym today, but I'm gonna go later. I'm going to the court tomorrow to fight my ticket. Still happening. We're doing that. I got fucking sick, bro. And I actually have a hunch. So I got sick late last month, right? And I got sick after eating some McDonald's, right? And then I literally ate some McDonald's like 4 nights ago. And I literally got sick that same night. So I am fucking staying away from McDonald's going forward because that shit is getting me sick, bro. Like, I don't know what it is, but yeah, no, I'm good though. Outside of that, just been trying to, hit the gym. I actually lost 20 pounds. So
Nice.
I think the last time I weighed myself was like almost like 4 or 5 months ago. So been slowly but steadily losing some weight and gaining some muscle, which is nice, which is what I've been wanting to do. And it's been working out. Really, honestly though, it's been the diet thing that's probably been helping me the most. Just been eating a little bit better, eating more at home, or like if I'm going out and eating, like I'm not trying to just get shit. I'm trying to at least get some protein in my meals and stuff. But yeah, bro, I'm good. What about yourself?
I've been good. I guess for the first time, there's a reverse situation because I actually went to the gym today and you didn't. So,
Nice.
Yeah, hit the gym.
Hell yeah, what you hit?
Cardio, and then just did some dumbbells just to get some strength workouts in.
Yes, sir.
But yeah,
Bro, incline walking is a fucking
always.
cheat code.
Yeah.
Is a fucking cheat code.
I always do incline just because I feel like doing it flat doesn't do shit for me.
Oh, yeah.
Like I don't get a good sweat unless I hit the incline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a misconception with cardio. Actually, is people think that you have to fucking like sprint and shit to like lose weight, but you really just need to slow and steady, sweat it out. That's all you really need to do.
Yeah. So hit the treadmill, hit the Stepmaster or whatever the fuck it's called, Stairmaster, Stepmaster, whatever it's called. And then just lifted some dumbbells while
That's
I was
awesome,
cooling
man.
down.
Let's go.
But yeah, we getting it. I mean, we still keeping up with it at least at the
awesome,
least
man.
twice a week. But this week I actually did 3 days, or I'm gonna do 3 days because I usually do Tuesdays, Thursdays. But I had some free time after work, and I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead. So we doing it.
We love to hear it, man.
Other than that, though, I've been playing a lot of games. Steam Next Fest happened, so I spent like 2 hours just downloading demos, bro. Just going through, knowing damn well I'm probably not gonna play all of the fucking shit that I downloaded. But
Yeah.
we're gonna get through as much as I can, and then I'm gonna talk about them on here. So my first wave, gonna talk about them here, but I'm definitely gonna have more next week as well.
For sure.
I'm also feeling a little sick too. I don't know. It wasn't McDonald's this time because I haven't been eating McDonald's because of the fast. So just been.
That's awesome.
Really, the only fast food that I hit up was Chick-fil-A because you already know.
Mm-hmm.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even really consider Chick-fil-A fast food. It's kind of like fast casual. Yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, I fucks with Chick-fil-A. I ain't gonna lie, to the location by me, I went there 2 times in like the last month, and they did not hit me with the my pleasure not once. I might need to call the authorities on the motherfuckers.
Might need to snitch on them.
Yeah, I might have to call up the Pope, get them niggas out of there. But yeah, I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but something going on. But nothing too serious, at least not yet. But yeah, just been chilling for the most part. So.
Listening to a ton of music, bro.
Okay.
Listening to a ton of music. I'm my three go-tos right now is The Boy Who Cried Terrified, which is the Fake Mink EP, Casino, which is Baby Keem's album, and then Still on the A$AP Rocky. So anytime I go to the gym, I literally will just press play on any of those 3 and I just play it through, and it's been fucking awesome.
Yeah, I did listen to Casino.
Yeah,
I like it.
That's awesome.
I don't know if I like it more than Melodic Blue, but I probably need to listen to it a bit more.
It's really short, which kind of disappointed me.
I mean, I'm okay with short albums as long as they're consistent throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. It's just we waited so long, you know, but hey, he didn't miss though. 11 tracks, in my opinion, it's 11 out of 11 tracks, so it's nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep on listening to it, and then but speaking of music, it hasn't dropped yet, but one of my favorite albums of all time, or I guess it's a mixtape, one of my favorite mixtapes of all time isn't on streaming services. But they just announced for the anniversary that they're about to drop the anniversary edition on streaming services, and that's Gone Fishing by the Cool Kids. One of the best mixtapes ever, like fire from beginning to end. And I don't know if you ever listened to the Cool Kids, but like that's the album that like solidified them for me, or mixtape. Okay. But I call it an album because it's not like, it feels more like an album than it does like a mixtape. But it's Don Cannon. He's the DJ on there, and yeah, I'm excited as hell to actually have that shit on streaming and actually be able to listen to that without having to just go to my local shit.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that they do their follow-up Tackle Box after that, because both of those are fucking bangers. I actually like Tackle Box a little bit more, but yeah, definitely. If you've never listened to the Cool Kids, you should give Gone Fishing a listen. But that's all that I've been up to. Let's go ahead and get into the games.
Yes, sir.
So I'll start, since I'll just do my Steam Next Fest stuff after. But as you can see on the screen, I got to play. This is actually a Steam Next Fest demo, but I did get a code to try out the Steam Next Fest demo early and give it my preview. I wrote a preview for it before the Steam Next Fest went live. And that is for Armistice, which was announced at one of the Xbox partner previews. And I think it opened the Xbox partner preview, and it was like a highlight for me because it was a Returnal for Xbox, basically. although it's coming to everything, including the Nintendo Switch 2, which I really want to try. The Nintendo Switch 2 version of this game. But like from the trailers, it looked very Returnal coded, and I fucking love Returnal, so I was like, hell yeah. I need to play this, and it's day one in Game Pass. I was like, yeah, this is a day one for me. So when they hit me up, they were like, hey, got a code for Armitage demo if anybody wanted. I was like, hell yeah, give that to me. So I played through the entire demo. I actually played through what they offer in a demo twice because I wanted to see the other abilities that I didn't get to unlock. But this game is, it's definitely less difficult than Returnal. It's not a Metroidvania. Like Returnal has those little Metroidvania elements to it, and the exploration. You don't get that in this game. It's kind of room to room, which was a little disappointing. I do like to have a little bit of exploration. Doesn't seem like there's much to actually look around for, but gameplay wise, it's fire. The gunplay feels good. I tried out the assault rifle and the shotgun, and the melee is actually like, the melee feels really good once you upgrade it, because at first it's just like a one hit kind of, okay, boom, and then you start shooting again. But then when you upgrade the melee, you can get it to a 3-hit combo that actually feels satisfying to use. But the one mechanic that just does not feel good is the dash. The dash is so short, and it feels, I mean, it's not even like, it's just a regular kind of, it feels like a human dash, like you're not going anywhere. It doesn't feel supernatural like it does in like Returnal or in Hades or all these other roguelikes where you get that like super flashy dash, like Windblown. I like, you know, I love me a flashy dash.
Oh yeah,
that flashy dashy. This one don't got a flashy dashy. It's a assy dashy. So that's like my only gripe. I guess like it's still early on, but like the enemy variety wasn't all that at the beginning, but like it's the first, it's literally the first biome before you get to you fight the boss, and then it ends. So I'm pretty sure they have more to show, but honestly, it wasn't that bad. Like there was like 6 different enemy types. In the first level, there was like big, giant enemies that took a lot of health to take down, both kind of like mini bosses. There was little blood motherfuckers that would like run up on you in hordes. Then there's these bats. Those were annoying as shit, because you have to, they moved around a lot, and then they'll like charge at you. So yeah, there was a lot of enemy variety. I will say it's not a flaw, but it was noticeable at first, and it's that you don't unlock weapons, or I guess you don't pick up other weapons during your run. It's more like Hades, where you pick your weapon and then you're stuck with that weapon for the entire run. And it upgrades throughout the run. You can upgrade the weapon, and they do feel somewhat significant. So it's not like you're just gonna be stuck with the, like, I mean, it still feels like the same weapon, but it does get more, I mean, it gets more powerful as you progress. But I do like the option of like, oh, okay, let me drop this and pick this up going forward. But I guess when you see, I want to see how much the weapon upgrades before I say that it's a flaw. But yeah, Armistice is really cool. If you're, I mean, I don't know if when this is coming out. I actually don't know if it's coming out before or after Saros. But for me, you know, I'm not playing Saros until the PC version. So this will be my Returnal Band-Aid, my Saros Band-Aid until Saros comes out. But I enjoyed what I played of it so far. And I actually didn't get a chance to play Demon Tides after doing the review. I started on other games that I was reviewing and then Armistice, so I haven't had a chance to go back to Demon Tides, but it's still gotta shout out Demon Tides. 86 on Open Critic, love to see it. Should be higher still. Should be the same rating as Astrobot, but
or Astrobot should be an 86.
Exactly. They should be swapped. But yeah, play Demon Tides. That's it. That's the tweet. And then I'm still on Mario Tennis as like my multiplayer game, or my online game, I should say, in between. And yeah, man, it's good. Oh, I completed the adventure mode.
Okay.
I will say that the boss was kind of disappointing.
Like, the final boss?
Yeah, it just kind of, honestly, I didn't even realize that it was the final boss because it was so anticlimactic that I was just like, oh, that's it. Oh, that was the final boss. I thought this was like the boss before the final boss. I was like, oh, okay. But all in all, I enjoyed the adventure mode. I do think the academy was actually more fun than the adventure or the like boss rush kind of thing that they did afterwards, or the dungeon diving, the little RPG that they had afterwards. I think the academy part was my favorite, but some of those boss battles were actually pretty fun, so can't complain. The last one was a little too easy though.
Okay.
But I'm doing the trial towers now, which are kind of like in Smash Bros, that would be the equivalent of the event matches, the event modes, where it's just challenges. They pick the characters for you, they pick the rackets for you, and they give you conditions, and it's like, all right, score 5 points against Bowser while you're playing with baby Mario. And then sometimes it'll be like you're playing, it's just you against two people or against two different people, but you have a special racket and they have regular rackets, and then it's like you have to use your abilities to be able to take them down. Or there was one that was cool because it was 1v2, but then they were like, all right, there's this racket called the Shadow Racket, and the Shadow Racket duplicates you so that it gives you a second player, and you had to use your Fever Racket to get the second player, so there'll be a fair 2-on-2, but it was like limited, so you had to score as much as you could while you had the shadow player with you. So I beat the 3 towers, and now I just have to do this final one, the all trials tower, where it's like, I think it's like 30 challenges, maybe more, that I have to do, and then I'll get the the badge for that one. So they have like these, I don't know if you've seen it, but on the home screen they have the 5, or the main menu I should say, they have these 5 badges, and they're the like ultimate achievement, basically. So there's 5 of them. One is for completing the adventure mode. One is for beating all of the tournaments, the like CPU tournaments. One is for doing all the trial towers. I think the other 2 are online related. I can't remember what the last 2 badges are. So I'm trying to get all of those badges. But yeah, still going strong with Mario Tennis. There's still a ton of like single player stuff that I still need to do, and I'm playing ranked online, getting my ass whooped. But I'm staying in the B+ at least. I haven't got knocked back down to B or B- yet. So yeah, we still working on that.
Oh yeah. You want me to talk about my experience with it while we're on Mario?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is actually outside of Demon Tides, this is the main game that I've been playing in the last week. I haven't got to check out any demos, unfortunately. I really want to check out Genshin Attack though. That game is one that I really have my eyes on. But yeah, so I was hating a little bit on Mario Tennis when it first dropped. Last week you did do a little bit of convincing, you know. I will say I was looking forward to like a multiplayer like sports arcadey game, you know. I'm kind of like waning off of Rematch a little bit, so I was looking for something, and I guess this just hit in the right time. But yeah, no, this game is fucking awesome. It's so much more deep than it's so much more in depth than I thought it was gonna be. With like each face button having like a different type of shot, and then you could even like do like combos with the face buttons, and that'll do like different like actions too. It's very, very fun. And yeah, I'm just doing the I'll go for it.
I was gonna say that the lob and drop shot are essential, especially in online play, bro.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Well, I mean, they're essential in even the story mode too. Yeah. Honestly, some of the opponents are fucking tough, bro. But I'm on the 3rd area, so I passed the ship. So I'm on the 3rd area of the adventure mode.
Yeah.
I can tell that it's really just to teach people to play the game.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a good tutorial that really teaches you how to use each shot.
Yes.
And your fever rackets.
Yes. And yeah, I mean it's so much fun. I'm loving it. And yeah, I can't wait to, you know, get some online matches in with you, bro. Honestly. It feels so good to score in the game, especially when like if the enemy is in like, or if the opponent's in the back of the field and you do like a little tap to the corner, and it's like like it feels so good. And then even the fact that like you could hit the person and like they take damage and stuff.
Yeah.
Like
the body shots.
Yeah, and how like the different rackets have like different effects on like the battlefield and stuff. Yeah, man, it's a very deep game. And I'm happy I gave it a shot, bro. I'm honestly very pleased with it.
Yeah, I still wish that they kept the breaking the racket, because I'm telling you, in Aces, that is the most satisfying feeling that you'll ever have in a sports game.
How did it work?
So think of the fever rackets when you do your fever shot and it kind of does that slow down. In Aces, that was basically your special move, and it would do like this. It was like a fighting game. You would do a whole animation, and then instead of it being like specific points like left, right, back, forward, you could actually aim it using a gyro, and you can aim anywhere on the court. Now, I will say that the fever shot is actually better because the aiming...
It seems like it's balanced, at least.
Yeah, it's definitely more balanced. The aiming thing could fuck you up, because you could accidentally hit it out, which I've done on occasion, trying to hit a corner, and then the gyro moves slightly, and then I hit it out. That shit pisses me off. But yeah, so then you would smash the ball, and then everyone has like the gauge, is your special bar, but it's also like a slow down bar where you can slow down time and kind of move fast to get to the ball, which I think they got rid of that because it did kind of slow down the pace of the game as well. If everyone's like slowing down the ball every time they think they're about to miss the ball, they can slow down time and then hit it, like get to it. So usually someone would use their slowdown to get to that, to the special shot, and you had to perfectly time your hit on the ball with the special shot. If you mistimed, your racket would break. But if you timed it perfectly, you would just get sent back. And then either way, it was devastating. Even if you send it back, because you go flying back, and then if the other player is in position, they could just drop shot. You're not getting to it most of the time. So it was hilarious though, because once, like, you could tell it wasn't until you get to like higher ranks that people understood, like, oh, I got, like, they understood the timing, because the timing was actually really hard. Like, it was a very narrow window to block the shot. So in the lower ranks, it was just like we would just be breaking. Me and Spitta would just be breaking rackets left and right, like, and to the point that we would just, like, if we knew that they weren't gonna get the timing, we would like wait until the end so we don't end the match super early, because you can literally just end the match. If they only have 2 rackets, if both rackets get destroyed, the match is over. Sometimes we will literally end matches before the beginning of the, like, in the first set in the match.
Oh wow!
Like, that's how bad you can do somebody with that fucking special shot. And there's times where we were getting our ass whooped, and then we would use the special because they just didn't understand the timing, but they were good at the actual tennis. And we would be getting our ass whooped, and then in like the final set when they were about to win, we break the racket and then it's over. Like, we win. So yeah, I love that part, but I understand why they got rid of it also. But did you get a chance to go online or anything, or just playing the adventure mode?
Yeah, I've just been playing the adventure mode. I am not comfortable yet going online, but maybe soon. I'm starting to learn though. I'm starting to learn the power shots, and then even like the there's one where you have to like stand still and you press it 3 times, and that's like a top spin shot or something like that.
Yeah,
so I'm learning the charge. I'm learning all of that stuff. So we get in there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we gonna have to play doubles for sure.
You got a 1v1 too, bro?
Oh yeah, we can do that too.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, Mario Tennis Fever is great. They really nailed all the feedback that they got from Aces.
Yes. And the most important thing is it feels really good to play.
Exactly. Let's see. Okay. No, that's everything, man. That's all I've been playing.
Okay.
Before I get into the Steam Next Fest stuff.
For sure.
Oh, what have you been playing?
Yes. Okay. So, like I said, Demon Tides, still on that, still loving it. It's funny because their latest update in the patch notes, it literally says fixes VSync and all that, and it literally fucking broke my VSync and shit. Which is okay, because I just ended up turning it off and just locking the frame rate to 120, and then that kind of fixed it. I was trying to make it work with the VSync and in the Adrenaline software, but it just wasn't working out for me. But it's okay now. It still runs great, still very smooth. I am now using just the anti-aliasing on the FSR, so I'm not even using the upscaling for it. Still performant, still great. The funny thing is, the update didn't break it on my Steam Deck, Like it still ran perfectly fine there. So it was probably either an AMD specific issue or like a Windows specific issue, in my opinion. But yes, Demon Tide still great. I'm starting to switch between my costumes. I'm starting to learn how to do that a little bit. Definitely mastering the movement mechanics and stuff. But yeah, I played a little bit of Black Myth Wukong. I was trying to just get into it. This is like my third time like trying to like boot it up and get into it, and it's just not clicking for me, bro. I don't know. Something about like how the game feels and like the combat and like the way the animations are like strung together and like the way the attacks feel when you hit. It's just not clicking with me. I don't know. Like it's a very beautiful game, but I don't know. Something's off. Like I can't really put my finger on it, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna play through it that much. I really just wanted to download it to see how it ran on my PC, and it runs great. It has FSR 4, which is nice. I'm running it at 4K on high settings, and I'm getting like 60 to like 80-ish frames, which is nice. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm not really that impressed with it. It feels very like cookie cutter almost.
Cookie cutter, the Metrovania, or like cookie cutter?
Metrovania is funny. No, I don't. It's so weird because it's like this. I was looking at the Steam reviews and everyone's like, "Oh my god, this game is so amazing and all that, and it feels so good to play." And I'm like, this game really doesn't feel that great to play. But maybe it's just because I'm so early on in the game and I'm also just hating on it. But yeah, that's really it. Some Demon Tides, Mario Tennis Fever, and what's it called? And a little bit of Black Myth.
All right. With that, let's go ahead and we'll actually start with the on the radar. You had some that you wanted to talk about.
Yes. So I actually have a big list of on the radars. So the first one we'll start with is a game called, and just let me know if we've already talked about these on the show before. But this first one that I have is called Tachyon Flow. The best way, yes, and it is on Steam as well. All these have Steam pages, at least I think. But the best way to describe it is like third person's Mirror's Edge. It kind of has like Prince of Persia in it, in my opinion. Looks really smooth. I love the animation work in this. But yeah, there's just very little bit of gameplay so far. But yeah, I'm very impressed with what I've seen so far with this. And I'm keeping my eye on it. I love parkour in games. It's spelled Tachyon Flow.
There we go.
Yes, sir. But yeah, looks like a little parkour game, little indie parkour game. Loving the style of it. I'll let you put it on the screen. You're probably putting it up, right?
Yeah, I was trying to see if they had anything on YouTube, but
sure. Here, I'll send you the tweet that I seen. Oh, no more VX Twitter on the links, I guess. I just posted the link straight up, and it posted like a VX link. And it's in podcast notes. But yeah, I actually seen it on Twitter. I didn't find it on Steam. But yeah, very impressed with it. I really like the way that like the animations blend when she's like wall running up and then like jumping between the walls and then like rolling into the platform. It looks really cool. You looking at it?
Yep.
What you think? Oh, okay, for sure. It's an indie game made by a team called Janky Anims, both developed and published by this developer, and it's their first game. So it's a debut indie title, it seems. And yeah.
Okay, I like the animations a lot.
Yeah? That's what's up. But yeah, you know, we're not getting a Prince of Persia and we're not getting a Mirror's Edge, so we gotta try to find it somehow, you know.
It's too early to say we're not getting a Mirror's Edge.
I don't think it's too early, bro. It's EA.
I think EA has a Mirror's Edge.
You think they have one in them? One more left?
Yeah, I think they got one more in them.
Okay. But yeah, okay, so that's my first one. I'll try to get through these quicker. The second one is a game that looks pretty much like John Wick the game. It's called Blackwood. This one is developed by it looks like a Asian developer. Let me look it up on Steam. But yeah, this one kind of caught my eye just because it really did just look like John Wick the game. It's made by Atrito M7 Productions, also developed and published by this person. They have a few other games on their they just have one other game on their page called 0 Hour. It's a tactical FPS. But yeah, this one looks interesting.
They just had a new teaser trailer a day ago.
Yeah? Are you talking about the Blackwood?
Yep.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, the description says, by day, you run a DVD store in 2012 New York. By night, you're a ruthless assassin. It's a pretty cool little setup right there, in my opinion.
Playing it now. I've seen this before. No, it just reminds me of another game, except it was the game that I played on, like I played during one of the Steam Next Fest before, but it was a Asian protagonist and it was like a seafood style game.
Yeah, it's just, I just think this one's cool because it has that like kind of like trading card or DVD simulator thing, and then it has that like action John Wick third person combat. Really cool blend of elements. Very intrigued.
Yeah, I like that it's like the simulator aspect, and then there's also, okay, yeah, he's like running the shop. Oh, now he's buying bullets and shit. Okay.
What you think?
I'm trying to see what the gameplay when he gets to the gameplay. He's like loaded up guns and shit right now.
You're good.
All right, let's skip to the gameplay. Okay. Okay.
A little janky, but
yeah,
you know, we accept some jank with indie devs.
Okay, it does. It definitely has that John Wick feel to it. A little bit of 007 First Light also.
Mm-hmm.
But I like when he kicked the stool. That was dope.
Yeah, no, I looked at this. I was like, okay, they're kind of cooking here. So that's my second one. My third one, I think we might have talked about this one, but this one actually has a demo out right now. It's called Might Rhea.
Yeah, I played it. I actually played the new demo also.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so then we'll just save it for that. And then my fourth one, which we might have also mentioned, but it's called the Zodiac Trials. The developer says it's like Hades but with co-op, but honestly with the perspective that they show in the game, it looks more like a character action game with co-op. But yeah, it looks cool.
I think I have that one downloaded also.
Yeah, that one has a demo as well. The cool thing about this is it's inspired by Eastern mythology. So that one's that really caught my eye. I like when games explore different types of lore and stuff, like, you know, Greek mythology or Eastern mythology or Norse mythology, all that stuff. Even hopefully games can start incorporating Indian mythology in there. That'd be sick. But yeah, those are my games that on my radar.
Yeah, I got this one downloaded. I haven't got a chance to play it yet, but it looked dope.
Yeah, for sure. I love the water effect in this game.
Sorry, I had to plug my phone.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I actually brought some stuff this time.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play 13Z most likely the next wave for next week. So I'll give my impressions. I wonder, did they say if I wonder if the actual demo is co-op. Because we might have to run a co-op if it is.
Sure.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. I did buy a game that I haven't got a chance to play yet.
Okay.
And that is, let's see, is it co-op? No, it looks like the demo's only single player. Oh no, it is co-op in a demo. It says it on here in the description. All right, well I got that downloaded. So I bought a game that I just saw in my library. I was like, oh yeah, I didn't actually get a chance to play this yet. But there was this game called Paddle Golf. What is it called?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
That game looked like a lot of fun. It was like $6.39 or something like that. I was like, you know what? I saw this. Let me go ahead and pick it up. I haven't got a chance to play it yet, but it's already overwhelmingly positive on Steam. So I'm gonna give it I'll give it a chance next week as well.
Heck
All
yeah.
right. I did have some on the radar, but I'll just save those for next week because the Steam Next Fest is gonna take up a lot of time anyway.
Sure.
But all right, let's start with some Steam Next Fest games that I got to try out. Starting with Acclaim. Shout out to Play Acclaim because one of the games that was in the showcase that I was kind of like, I don't know about this one. Like, it looks cool, but it's something I got to get my hands on. And that was Grid Beat. Do you remember that one?
Grid Beat.
Yeah, Grid Beat. That was the hacking rhythm roguelike game that had the like digital visuals to it and everything. I was like, it looks unique, it looks cool. I just got to get my hands on it to really like see what it's about. And they dropped the demo for Steam Next Fest. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give it a shot because Acclaim, so far they haven't missed. I don't have any reason. Yeah. Although one of the games, another Acclaim game did drop. I kind of skipped over that one though. It was Fletcher's Quest that we were like,
oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
But Grid Beat is actually pretty dope. So it's a rhythm game where you're a hacker and you're working for a client, a mysterious client, and you're breaking into this database, and you like the gameplay is like what you're doing to hack the mainframe or whatever, and it's like everything you do has to be on the beat. So when you're moving your sprite, it's on the beat. When you're when you're like hacking through a gate, it has to be on the beat. Everything you do is on the beat, and the music is like, it's some really good EDM music. It's every stage has a new song to it, and I was vibing. I was like, hold on, they're actually cooking with this one. So it's a lot of puzzle mechanics, and just like something like Hi-Fi Rush, you have to kind of build your rhythm, and the more you stay on beat, the better your score is at the end. So, but instead of, or in this case, if you stay off beat too long, you start to lose health.
Yeah.
And so when your sync gauge is too low, you just lose health. And if you lose, well, your health is data. So you don't want to lose the data, and then if you lose all your data, you lose connection to the server, and then you lose. So you do have to stay on beat. Like in High Fire Rush, it was kind of like staying on beat just enhances your combat. And this one is like, no, you have to stay on beat or you lose. So my rhythm lacking brothers out there, this might be a wrap for you. It's probably not the game for you, but yeah. So there's a lot of mechanics to this, and honestly, sorry, like even after doing a tutorial, it takes a while to get used to them because they throw so much at you at the beginning. But once you get a handle on it and you start to play like the levels, it just kind of starts to click. You're like, okay. So there's like a collectathon element to it where you have to collect all of these bits, and then every stage has 3 megabits that you have to find, but they're usually hidden. So there's a little bit of exploration to it as well for each stage, where it feels like Super Mario 3D World, where it's like, oh, you got to collect the 3 stars, but they're usually not just out in the open for you to find. You got to kind of go out of your way to find these, and sometimes that'll be these breakable walls that you can hack through. Sometimes you'll have to collect a sequence of bits, and then that sequence of bits will unlock a like hidden route that will show you where the megabit is. It's a game that's hard to explain because a lot of the elements, even the tutorial, kind of confused me on how to handle things like this. I'm literally on a part where I was trying to figure out how to get past this fucking this hacking mini game, and I just could not figure that shit out for a little bit. But once you do get the handle on it, it's a really fun game. It starts to, like, you find your groove, and it's actually pretty hard as well, because once you get to the part where there's antiviruses coming in and there's these security software that are trying to kill you at the same time, it actually gets pretty hectic while you're still trying to stay on beat. It's pretty fun though. So rhythm people, puzzle people, grid beat is a really good one for that. Also, music is dope and the art is really stylish. I also like that when you're unsynced for too long, you have to kind of sync back up. Like everything goes gray when you go out of sync, like all the color fades, and then any bits on the ground, you can't pick them up until you get back on sync. So yeah, I actually enjoyed Grid Beat a little more than I thought.
Heck yeah.
Let me see how I want to do this. I might save my top 5 for last.
Okay.
So I'm gonna skip that. And yeah, I'm gonna skip that one too. All right. Have you ever played the game Speedrunners?
That was like the where you would like race against people, but like it was 2D, right?
Yeah, 2D platformer with racing.
Yes.
And you had like the grapple hook and everything. So I got a chance to play Speedrunners 2. And fuck this game.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's it. Fuck this game. It's honestly, if you play Speedrunners 1, there's not much different here. Honestly, I really did not see anything that was new. But the reason I said fuck this game is because I played like 4 matches and I lost all 4 of them without even winning a single round. Like, I was so disgusted. I fucking rage quit the last match, not even gonna lie. So count your days. Big Mac 5599, you bastard. And then everyone else who had beat me. But honestly, the game still feels great. It has a 3D, and I mean, it's still 2D, but it has a 2.5D thing going on now. It still looks great, like art style wise. It doesn't have that generic 2.5D. It still has that same cartoony art style and everything. So I think it's a very safe sequel. But then again, I don't know how they would really enhance the gameplay from what it already was. Like, I don't know what I would be able to give them to like differentiate it from the first, you know? So yeah, Speedrunners 2, if you like the first one, you'll probably like this one. And if you never played the first one, you should definitely try this one because it's a lot of fun. It feels great. But still, fuck this game. I played this 3D puzzle platformer called Bomb Bun, and it's like a mix of Bomberman and actually, it's more like Bomberman Hero. If you ever played the 3D platformer Bomberman on the N64 and PlayStation 1. But
what's this one called again?
Bomb Bun. So bomb and then like bunny, like bomb bunny without the knee. So there's I mean, it's hard to call it. It's not the best 3D platformer. It's like the fixed camera, isometric, but the platforming isn't like Demon Tides or Mario or Astrobot, where it's like you're like jumping around and you're doing these mechanically depth kind of things. It's really more a puzzle game, if anything. They have some cool elements to the platforming where you use the bomb as your double jump. So you have to take out the bomb and then jump off the bomb to do a double jump. But if you do a double jump without the bomb, you just dive down. But there is like a speed running element to it. Like they time you in the race, or sorry, in the run, and you can race against your time. It was very slow. That's probably the thing that threw me off the most, is that it just felt like going from, especially after playing Demon Tides, it was like going from Smash Melee to Smash Brawl. Like, it just felt so slow. But it had some, I like the art style. I like the whole bomb throwing aspect and blowing up enemies, and yeah, there's stuff to like. It's not my favorite though. I gotta play a little more, I guess, but it didn't immediately hook me for sure. Speaking of 3D platformers, although, is this a 3D platformer? I mean, it's a 3D platformer. It's a 3D platformer, or a 2D platformer in a 3D shell. And that is Super Meat Boy 3D. Got a chance to play this, and if you liked Super Meat Boy, this is that. It's still that. It just adds
hard as hell.
Yep. Or I didn't run into the hard levels yet. In the demo, there wasn't anything super challenging, but I was trying to get that A+, and that's what made me keep restarting levels to make sure I beat the time to get the A+. But it's still super fast paced. You have the wall jumps, the double jumps, or not the double jumps. You have the wall jumps. You can wall run now, which they didn't have before because obviously you're not wall running in a 2D game. But you got that Prince of Persia style wall run, which is really fun. It's Super Meat Boy, and then after every round, the villain comes and smacks the shit out of the girl in different ways, which is hilarious. Sometimes like Meat Boy will be coming to save her, and then he'll literally grab the girl and then use her as a weapon to smack Meat Boy away. So like I said, if you like Super Meat Boy, it still feels really good to play even in 3D. It doesn't feel like it lost any of its precision. It's a great game, but not my favorite. I didn't really get to anything too hard, so maybe that's the reason. Maybe once I get to the actual hard stuff, then I'll be more engaged with it. So I did get to play the new demo for Might Rhea, and I don't know if anyone remembers, I played the playtest. They did a little playtest before. It was a limited playtest, but now they basically fleshed out that playtest a little bit more. They added a cutscene at the beginning that kind of explains a little bit more of the world versus just throwing you right into the combat. So this is a game where kaijus have kind of become a standard thing. They attack the city and then heroes come and defeat them. And Rhea is a high school student who has superpowers, although we don't find out how she gained the superpowers at this point. It's already in the middle of it. But she meets this girl who's trying to film the kaijus because she wants to get the truth behind the kaijus instead of having the news frame it and put their spin on it and everything. She wanted to see for herself and do her own commentary. But then after Rhea transforms and saves her, it turns into her filming Might Rhea as she goes on her adventures to stop the kaijus. And she does these live streams where she's fighting kaijus and they're making jokes with each other, and they're making money off of YouTube. And the flashier your combat, the more super chats and stuff, all that stuff that you get in. So I love how they implement the style score into the live stream, and then how much donations and everything you get. It really blends well with the story. But the best way to describe Might Rhea's combat is Dragon Ball Z meets DMC. It's a Dragon Ball Z style fighter, super flashy. You're flying around. You were in the air, just destroying your opponents, and then you can pick them up and throw them across the level at another enemy. You have light attacks, and then you can do this strong attack, which does a Bayonetta style fist that comes out of nowhere as your heavy attacks. And there's aerial launches, and then you can do the Dragon Ball Z, slam them down into the ground. It has all of that, but it's that fast, fluid gameplay that you expect from a Devil May Cry. You have the style meter. If you keep on doing the same thing too many times, it'll bring your score down. If you get hit, it brings your score down. So you want to dodge at the right time. You want to block. You want to make sure that you get that S rank, that SS rank. And it works really well. It a really, like, gameplay wise, this game nails it. Like, it nails exactly what it's trying to do. And I think this one's gonna be a sleeper hit for sure. Like, I feel like a lot of people are gonna be talking about this game when it does come out. Only reason it's not in my top 5 is because I already played it before. So, but if this was my first time playing it, it would definitely be in the top 5.
Talking about My Ray, right?
Yeah, Might Rhea.
It also, just to chime in a little bit, it kind of has a tad bit of Gravity Rush in there, I feel.
I can see that too. Like the way that she kind of moves around the enemies.
And like the way, like when you lock on, it kind of like targets them, you know? Like it kind of reminds me a little bit of Gravity Rush.
A game that I just played today, like right before the stream, was a game from Mercury Steam, the creators or the developers of Metroid Dread and Metroid Samus Returns on the 3DS. But this is a new IP from Mercury Steam, and I kept seeing this game, but like I saw the game, but I never like really paid attention to what it was. So I saw that they had a new demo up, and I was like, all right, let me give this a chance. It's an action RPG that also has this forging mechanic where you forge weapons with this forging hammer that was given to you by the gods, and you forge all of these legendary weapons. You get to actually customize how they're made, and what else? You customize how they're made, and then you also have to like do a mini game to get the quality, like to max out the quality of whatever you're making. So I got a chance to play the action RPG segment. I was like, okay, there's some weight to the combat. It's somewhat Souls-ish, but not fully. I feel like it's 25% Souls with like 75% hack and slash, like, but it feels very PS2 hack and slash, like not a character action per se, but more like a Fable, more like a, what would be another good example? It's very heavy gameplay. Like the strikes are, at least with the weapon that I tried, I've like, you start off with this axe and then you're given a sword, but they're very like heavy attacks. Every swing is like super powerful, but I did like the impact of everything. It felt really like the feedback and everything was really solid. So like, okay, I'm liking the combat a lot. I mean, I'm liking the combat a little. It's not the best combat I've ever played. I like that every attack is mapped to a face button. So it's like for an upward, like an overhead swing, it's Y. For a left hand swing, it's X. For a right hand swing, it's B. And then for an upward swing, it's A. And you just chain those together, like and they like fluidly chain together. So if you like do a left hand swing to an upper and then straight into, like, it all flows pretty naturally. So I was like, okay, they might got something here if they like keep expanding on this as you play. So, and then the parry, like the dodging and the blocking felt pretty decent. So I was like, okay, I was like, they might got something here. And then I got to the forging part, and I was like, okay, you got a little forging mini game. You know, I love me some mini games. I like when you actually have a little tactile gameplay for things that are usually like a menu. So I was like, okay, y'all doing this little gameplay with the forging. Let me see what it's about. So basically, like, the story is that there's this witch, demon, something or another, devil like woman who has stolen all the steel, and any steel that's not in her possession has been like disintegrated. Like she's turned all steel into ash, and like only her people, her minions, have steel, but everyone else is like stuck with iron. And like, he's a blacksmith, he can only use iron, but then he gets this forging hammer from the gods, and then he gets sent to this realm after picking it up, and then he meets the gods, and they're like, you're gonna forge weapons and you're gonna stop this terror and all of this shit. And then you use the forge of the gods and you go into this mini game. Bro, I did not know what the fuck was going on in that mini game. I got frustrated and then I quit. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I did not understand what I was doing. I didn't like it. I'm gonna give this game another chance. Like, I'm actually read the tutorial this time, but I got pissed off at the little mini game because I was like, what am I even doing here, bro?
Mm-hmm.
But everything else, I was like, you know, this sounds like a me game from everything else, like from what I played and the way that you were able to customize your weapons and everything. I was like, this definitely is a me game. I gotta give it a fair shake when I'm not frustrated and actually read what the fuck I was supposed to do in a tutorial, because I did not know what the hell was going on. So that was Forge of Fire, and then, all right. So now for my top 5, in no particular order, because I won't order it. So
Sure.
At number 5, a lot of people were excited about this one. A lot of Parasite Eve fans. They were looking at this one after it was announced, and I played the demo. I never played Parasite Eve in my life. Never even seen what Parasite Eve looks like. So I had no kind of nostalgia or any hopes going into this one. But after playing this, I was like, damn, I feel like I want to go back and play Parasite Eve now if it has this combat system, because that's what a lot of people talk about, is the special combat system that Parasite Eve had. And this is a horror game with turn-based active. It's active, but also it's like an ATB style turn-based game. So think like Final Fantasy VII with the ATB gauge, but you can move in real time and dodge attacks. So it's a little bit like Pokemon Legends ZA.
Okay.
In that sense, where you are able to dodge these attacks, you can move out the way, but you have that ATB gauge filling up so that you can issue the command to attack your enemies. And it's very atmospheric. I like the atmosphere so far. It has that old school Resident Evil camera where it's like locked, like a locked camera from far away, and it's not as tank, like you don't have the tank controls at least, but it does have that perspective, and it does still look good, and it feels good, feels very atmospheric. And then once you get into a battle, so there are like the story battles where you'll like go into a cutscene and then you'll fight, but there are random encounters in this one. And I'm guessing that's how Parasite Eve was as well. So there are the random encounters, which I feel like has been forever since I've played a game with random random battles, because every RPG has gotten away from that. Pokemon doesn't have it anymore. Like Octopath Traveler. Oh my fucking god. Fucking camera. Octopath Traveler got away from that. I don't know if Bravely Default 2 and Beyond are still doing it. But like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, all of these games, they don't do the random encounters anymore. So I was actually like, hell yeah, random encounters. Cause like it felt so old school, because I really, it's gotten to a point that I feel like I miss random encounters, bro. I just like walking around and then you get that little and then goes into battle.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was cool that it still had that. So you start off with a melee weapon. You just have this knife, and then you have 2 gauges, and you can either just use the 1 gauge to attack quickly, or you can wait and use both gauges and you'll do like a 2-hit combo, and the second hit is stronger if you do both. And then you unlock the firearm after your first battle, if I recall. And then X is how you do your melee attacks, and then Y is how you issue your firearm attacks. There are enemies who are weaker against guns than they are against melee attacks, so you have to kind of switch up who you're gonna shoot and who you're gonna attack. It does have scarce ammo, just like Resident Evil, so you can't just shoot your way out of every single battle, or you're just gonna run out of ammo. And then when you do have that enemy that is weaker to bullets than they are to melee, then you're gonna be fucked. So you don't want to waste your bullets on everybody. And I love that you were just able to dodge attacks, because the enemies will like just, there's this one enemy who just shoots a barrage of fucking acid everywhere, and you gotta kind of bullet hell dodge your way out of them. Then there's this enemy who can like, they'll be shooting like waves. There's enemies that like dash at you. So you're like actually moving and jiving throughout this. So it's turn-based, but it's very active at the same time. And it's not like Xenoblade, where in Xenoblade you can move, but moving doesn't mean that you're gonna like dodge anything. You're still gonna get hit from 10 feet away, even if you move out of the way of the attack. This one is actually like a real kind of like, the movement actually means something other than just positioning. And positioning behind the enemy actually does more damage with the melee attack as well. So if you get behind the enemy, you will do double damage for attacking them in the back. So nice. I'm loving this combat system a lot. And then just the old school atmosphere of it. You can even put on a CRT filter and like a little old school filter to make it look like a PS1 game.
That's sick.
So they
is the filter good though?
It actually looks pretty good. It looks fire.
That's awesome. Nice.
So there's a lot to this game that the developer obviously was very passionate about Parasite Eve, to the point that the game is called Parasite Mutant. Like they even made sure that people know, like, hey, this is a spiritual successor to Parasite Eve. But when I played this, I was like, damn, did I really miss out on Parasite Eve? I might need to go back. I think I actually have it on my Amber Nick. I might have to pull it up.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, this game was a lot of fun. I was not expecting to enjoy this game, especially with it being a spiritual successor to a PS1 game. I was like, yeah, bro, PS1 games don't hold up that well. They're like, I don't see myself really getting into this, but it actually ended up being one of my favorites from the Steam Next Fest so far. So that is Parasite Mutant. You can play the demo on Steam. Spiritual successor to Parasite Eve, and it does a great job of doing that. Another game in my top 5 is called Lunch Break Tactics. And this is a roguelite deck building game where it's not really any story or RPG elements, at least in this demo, but it's just a really well-built roguelite deck building game where you play matches in succession and then you keep on building your deck. Every time you win against an enemy, like against an opponent, you get more coins to buy cards and upgrade your cards in your hand, and you switch them out. You have 5 maximum, but you can keep upgrading them, or you can switch them out for other cards as you like gain levels, and then your cards are, you get like better cards to pull from. But honestly, I don't even really know how to explain this one because it'll take too long to even do that. It's a lot going into this because it's a very in-depth system to it. So I'm not even gonna go into it, but if you like deck builders, you like roguelite, like strategy, RPG style games like this, I definitely recommend it. It's a really good game, has really good art style. I like the card designs, although the character designs kind of look a little AI, although it didn't say that it was made with AI, but the like anime characters look super generic. Like they look like that AI generic anime filter that you always see. And then the main protagonist looks like the guy from Digimon, just generic, more generic. But the card designs look really like well done, and it has a unique art style to it. So I enjoyed this game. I actually spent I actually did 2 runs. Each run was like 20 minutes each, 20 to 30 minutes. So they're not short runs at all. They actually last a long time. But yeah, that is Lunch Break Tactic.
Nice.
Let's see what else. All right. This one I downloaded, but I was like, I went into this with super low expectations, right? And because it's another anime battle royale style game with a bunch of anime girls, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna download this. Let's see what it's about. You know me, few anime girls running around with guns. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. But I wasn't taking this game seriously at all until I played it. And then I was like, oh, hold on. They're actually cooking. So this game has a lot of Apex elements to it. You drop together when you're dropping in, and then you can split apart if you want to. There's someone who's the leader. But every character also is like, they have that hero shooter element where every character has their own abilities as well. Now, the first match I played was bots. Like you could tell because we won. That most likely we were playing bots. But the gunplay was actually really solid. The controller support was A1 from the start, like in this demo. The driving was actually like really good. Like it felt really good to drive in this game. It's a third-person shooter, and it felt very similar to Fortnite from the like jumping and mantling going through windows and everything. The what is it called? The parachute, whatever the fuck, your glider, that's what it is. Like you can pull out your glider when you're jumping off of roofs and stuff. And it was very fast paced. The guns had like really good impact. I was actually surprised that this was actually a really solid battle royale, and I was actually playing a couple of matches after the first match. The it's a long battle royale. Like it's not like the battle royale is long as hell. If you make it all the way through, it felt very PUBG in the sense that the matches lasted a long ass time. They're not as short as battle royales have gotten over the years. But it never felt like there was a lot of downtime either. Like I was running into enemies all the time. But yeah, I was very surprised by how solid this game felt. Like it had really good gunplay, really good movement abilities and movement mechanics. The infinite sprint, unlike fucking Fortnite, so you can run forever. The vehicles felt really good to use, and they had a variety of them. There was like little ATVs, two-seaters, big ass trucks that could fit the whole team. And the map design is pretty nice. Also, they have an auto retrieve and equip when you like down somebody and you open up their items. It'll automatically replace any like blue shields with purple shields and purple shields with gold shields. It'll automatically replace your helmets. It'll automatically replace your if you have the same exact weapon and they have a better version of that weapon, it'll automatically replace it. Like I was like, okay. And then like they'll automatically bring in any health, any like shield replacements. Like they'll automatically put all of that into your inventory without you having to like, oh, do I want the bandages? Like, nigga, you have one bandage. They're like, you have one bandage. We're just gonna give you like automatically just speed up that process. So I love that. That kind of stops the whole like shifting through everything. That kind of slows down the gameplay. They did a really good job of that. A great use of AI in video games.
Sounds like it has good quality of life features then.
Yes, the quality of life in this game was really good. There was, like I said, there was really barely any downtime where I was spending my time just shifting through my inventory and shit. But I was running with a shotgun and like a heavy assault rifle, and I liked how both of them felt. And played the first match, we won because it was a bot lobby. But then second match, demons already in the because I got into the playtest for this before, but I never played it. So there are people who have already played this. I feel like that's who I was running into because there were literal demons playing this game, bro. Snipers across the map fucking you up. Like I was getting wiped out in the first and second match that I played. They were hunting us down. But I still enjoyed how everything felt, how the world looks, the just moment to moment gameplay for it was good. There's a lot of zip lines and there's these like, I don't even know what to call them. They're like wind shafts that'll like lift you up so that you can glide across the map. Yeah, there's a lot going. There's a lot of good things in a battle royale that they kind of just borrowed and threw in here, but they made everything solid at least. So for third person, like battle royales, which there aren't that many of them in this one is actually a pretty good one to try out.
Nice.
So yeah, that was Fate Trigger. All right, number 2. Not in order, but now this one was super short. It was a super short demo, and I was pissed because they gave you one stage to play, but the gameplay was so good that I was like, damn, I still gotta give it to them because this is exactly what I wanted. And the game is Blue Skies. Wait, what the fuck is it? Wild Blue Skies. That's what it's called. Wild Blue Skies, which is the newer Star Fox simulator, like successor game that we talked about before.
Mm-hmm.
So this one feels like the one. Now, I've played Whisker Squadron, which was like the roguelite Star Fox, and that one was supposed to be like Star Fox OG with the graphics and everything. This one is a modernized, like this one is very modernized. It's stylized, has like a very nice cel shaded kind of gameplay to it. Looks and runs fluid, and it just looks like what a modern Star Fox could look like if it went this route instead of like the realism route. Now, it's like Star Fox to the T. It doesn't do anything, at least from what I've seen from this first level, that stands out from an actual Star Fox game. It doesn't evolve the formula. It's literally just straight up Star Fox. But that's what I've been missing. Like, we haven't had a real Star Fox game in fucking forever. So I have no issues with what I played. I didn't like that the lock-on was on the lock-on homing attack was on a different button instead of just holding the regular shoot button. So that one kind of, at first I was frustrated because I was like, bro, how do they not have the homing attack? Like, how am I supposed to take out this group of enemies without the homing attack and all this? But they have all the elements of like Star Fox 64. They have your partner coming in, and he's getting chased by the enemies, and then you have to take them out. And if you don't take them out, he dies, which I have to restart when that happened. And then they'll be like, oh, you can also shoot your teammates on accident, and they'll be like, hey, I'm on your side. Like, just like in Star Fox, they have the voice acting, they have the people popping up at the bottom, and then they had a boss battle at the end, which felt like it took fucking forever. Like, it was definitely a long boss fight for no reason, and it wasn't like a long boss fight because it had a bunch of phases. It was like the fucking health just was not going down. So that was kind of annoying that it took so long to whittle down the boss. But the boss felt very Star Fox. Like, everything about this just felt like a premium Star Fox experience, like what I would want from a sequel to Star Fox 64. Not an evolution. Doesn't try to evolve what it does, but it does a really good job of copying that experience to the T. So if you're just in a mood for that Star Fox fix, Wild Blue Skies is probably the best one that I've seen so far. But like, the levels are like 5 minutes long, and the demo was just one level. So I'm like, bitch, what am I supposed to do with this one level? So that's literally all they gave me.
Hey, but that one level hit though.
It did hit. Like, the environments were good. The different enemies coming at you, like, they had a wide variety of enemies that you had to defeat. Yeah, and then it was like this you're like going through a hurricane. You're flying through a literal hurricane. It's like storming. There's pillars falling that you have to boost past, or you'll get hit by them. Like it looks really good too. Like the visuals and the presentation of everything in the background, they did a really good job. So shout out to whoever this developer is that I forgot, but they did a great job with this one. The developer is Chuhai Labs. Oh, and it's being published by Humble Games. Didn't realize that. All right, last but not least, this is the Steam Next Fest game that I spent the most time on, and that is because it's a game that I will, when it comes out, I will probably spend a shit ton of time on, and that is Windrose. Have you seen this one at all?
I've been hearing it. I haven't actually seen much on it, but
Yeah.
I will look it up right now.
So Windrose, I first saw Windrose, and I was just randomly scrolling through Twitter as I usually do, just looking for gaming stuff, and then I just see Windrose has 1 million wish lists. I'm like, what the fuck is Windrose? And why is this game that I've never heard of getting a million wish lists already? And then I saw that it was gonna have a demo for Steam Next Fest. And I was like, you know what? Let me try it out. Let's see what all the hype's about. I wish listed it right after. So the best way to describe this game is Assassin's
the
Creed.
Skull and Bones like game, right?
Assassin's Creed Black Flag, but a survival game.
Mm.
So you're a pirate. You get sank by Blackbeard at the beginning of the game. You lose your ship. Your crew gets scattered, and then they were trying to get this artifact that you had found. Like Blackbeard was coming after you because you found this artifact, and you get when you get killed by Blackbeard, the artifact fuses to you in some form, and then you resurrect after dying, and you wake up on this island, and you just gotta work your way back up. You gotta build a ship. You gotta recover your crew, and everything that I love about survival games, they have it in here. I love the grind. I love the foraging, the building, the leveling up, and learning new recipes, and then going from a fucking shanty to a fucking castle. Like I just love survival games, but like the pirate aspect also adds some really cool elements. The combat actually feels really good. It has a great parry. It has dodging at the right time, and it slows down a little bit. The combat is also pretty hard. I died more than a few times.
Oh, I didn't know this game has both naval and ground.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's Black Flag.
Oh, that's sick.
And then you have full naval combat.
Yo, this is sick.
And this is a PvE only. Like if you want to do that PvE only and play with your friends without getting griefed, you have that. But if you want to do that PvP server and have your crew, your pirate crew, and then you run up on another pirate crew and steal all their shit and grief and all that, they have that side of it too. So like you can be out on the seas, see somebody, like, oh, who's that? Whose ship is that over there? And you can call out to them. They got proximity chat. Like, hey yo, what y'all got on y'all ship? Y'all better jump off or we about to jump off. You can board people's ships and get on their ship and start fighting. Like it has it has all of that Black Flag energy, but thrown into this survival game. And so far, it's been working really well. I haven't built the ship yet, but I'm enjoying just the survival aspect of it so far. So yeah, Windrose is probably my number one because I really did put like 2 hours into this, just off of. And I was like, I'm just gonna play each one for like 30 minutes, and then I just kept playing this shit. So yeah, I'm probably gonna come back to it just because the demo is actually pretty robust. It has a lot that you can do. Hopefully it carries over. I'd be mad if I have to start over. But yeah, Windrose for wave 1 of Steam Next Fest, that is my number one so far. And I still have a lot of games that I'm actually excited about that I haven't got a chance to play yet. Like Saint Slayer from Lily Mo Games. Got that downloaded.
That game looks so good. Hell yeah.
Coffee Talk Tokyo demo. There's some tycoon games that I'm looking forward to, like Mall Rivals and Anime Shop Simulator. Definitely gonna give those. And then Vampire Crawlers, which I was gonna play earlier.
Oh yeah.
But I didn't get a chance to. So Vampire Crawlers, Scott Pilgrim EX. I've been saving the big ones that.
Oh wait, did you play Genshin Attack?
No, that's what I'm saying. I've been saving the big ones.
Okay.
I was trying to get the ones that are lesser known to me, at least.
Okay.
First.
For sure.
But that is what I've been playing from Steam Next Fest so far.
Nice. A lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, I still got way too many more. But that's the On the Radar Steam Next Fest edition that we got. So let's go ahead and get into the topics, and let's just get into the big topic first. We gotta talk about Xbox and everything. Eba. We gotta talk about Eba because it's a lot of shit going on. Of course, they broke the news right after fucking Dual-Wield last week. But it is what it is. Only Nintendo got us when it comes to announcing shit before Dual-Wield. You know, everybody else want to announce it after. Bluepoint also happened after, right? I don't even have that on here because like everything just started popping off so fast. But we'll talk about that after this. Just remind me.
Of course.
All right. So, if you've been living under a rock, or if you only go to Dual-Wield for your news because you just want to hear it straight from us, Phil Spencer has left the building. He is no longer the head of Microsoft Gaming. He officially retired as of Monday, and it was the end of an era. And it's not like him retiring was anything that we didn't see coming, although the timing of him leaving was kind of sudden and a little iffy in the way it was handled. Definitely didn't feel like a true send-off. Felt very abrupt, especially with them announcing it on Friday and then he's out on Monday. Like, I don't usually, like, if you look at Jim Ryan, he was there for like a month before he finally got out. Doug Bowser, he was there for like 2 months before Devin took his spot as the CEO of Nintendo of America, or president of Nintendo of America. So like, yeah, Phil's retiring. He's out on Monday, and it's not.
And we know about this on Friday.
Yeah,
like, come on.
Yeah, that part is definitely weird. We'll get into that though. But him retiring was something that everyone kind of foresaw. He is literally the longest. He has the longest. I don't even know how to put this.
Tenure.
Yeah, the longest tenure as CEO of any gaming company ever. So, yeah, he's been there for a while, a long ass time. And then when you like how long he's been at Microsoft in general, from 1988, which I honestly did not know he was there at that time. I thought he was like 2001 and like he joined when Xbox, but nah, he's been there for.
Yeah, he's a Microsoft lifer.
Exactly. So yeah, what is that? 38 years, I believe he's been with Microsoft. So him retiring isn't the surprising thing. The surprising stuff happens when you start looking into everything else. Because there was a clear successor that everyone in the industry kind of just thought was the natural successor to Phil. Sarah Bond. She has been there in every situation. She was in Japan when they were repairing the relationship with all these Japanese developers, getting those games back on the Xbox platform. She was there in the business updates. She was there with this is an Xbox. She was there. She was everywhere. She was always there through everything big happening with Xbox. And wherever Phil went, Sarah was always there with her.
With him.
Matt Booty, nowhere to be found. He always hiding for good reason. He don't want to be in the spotlight. But Sarah was always in the spotlight. And like, I think everyone just figured that, yeah, he's grooming her to be the next in line. It just made sense from what we were seeing. But on the same day we learned that Phil Spencer is retiring, Sarah Bond resigns. And the new chief executive officer of Xbox and Microsoft Gaming is Asha Sharma. If I think that's right.
Yeah.
Asha Sharma, who was previously CEO of Core AI, which that...
If that ain't a red flag, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, that one kind of set alarms off in every gamer, even if they didn't play Xbox. That's not a good sign, no matter how you look at it. So first off, before we get into Asha, I want to read the IGN article that was the exclusive that kind of broke all of the news. And sorry, I'm gonna be losing my voice when reading this, so I apologize in advance. But shout out to Ryan McCaffrey. It did turn out that they did want to announce this on Monday after Phil had already retired. So they were really gonna do it like, hey, Phil has retired today. Here's the new CEO today. But because IGN was about to leak the story, they kind of got out ahead of it. So shout out to IGN for giving us at least a little 3-day warning, because Microsoft was just gonna be like, yeah, bitch, here, Phil out, Sarah out, here's your new overlord. No time to prepare. Like, so shout out to Ryan McCaffrey who wrote this up. Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer, who has been at Microsoft since he joined as an intern in 1988, and with Xbox since the software giant launched its first console in 2001, is retiring. Sources familiar with the matter who are not authorized to speak publicly confirmed to IGN. Spencer's retirement is effective on Monday, February 23rd. Meanwhile, Xbox President Sarah Bond, long thought by many both inside and outside of Microsoft to be Spencer's heir apparent, has resigned. The new CEO of Microsoft Gaming will be Asha Sharma, currently the president of Microsoft's Core AI product. Finally, Xbox Game Studios head Matt Booty is being promoted to CCO and will work closely with Sharma. And this is coming from Satya Nadella. I want to thank Phil for his extraordinary leadership and partnership over 38 years at Microsoft, including 12 years leading gaming. Phil helped transform what we do and how we do it. Spencer in his email to staff said, in part, last fall I shared with Satya that I was thinking about stepping back and starting the next chapter of my life. From that moment, we aligned on approaching this transition with intention, ensuring stability, and strengthening the foundation we've built. Xbox has always been more than a business. It's a vibrant community of players, creators, and teams who care deeply about what we build and how we build it. And it deserves a thoughtful, deliberate plan for the road ahead. Today marks an exciting new chapter for Microsoft Gaming as Asha Sharma steps into the role of CEO, and I want to be the first to welcome her to this incredible team. Working with her over the past several months has given me tremendous confidence. She brings genuine curiosity, clarity, and a deep commitment to understanding players, creators, and the decisions that shape our future. We know this is an important moment for our fans, partners, and team, and we're committed to getting it right. I'll remain in an advisory role through the summer to support a smooth handoff. I'll save this for when we get into Sharma, but starting with Phil, just speaking on Phil's retirement, were you also in the camp that you kind of saw Phil retiring sometime within the next year?
See, it's funny because I actually didn't realize that Phil is as old as he is.
Oh yeah.
He's like 50 something now or something
Yeah.
like that. Knowing that, it makes more sense for sure.
Yeah. He's definitely up there in age and definitely up there as in his tenure with Microsoft. So retirement makes sense for him. Also, when you see how much when you see him in 2014, fresh-faced Xbox CEO, and then you see
He's lost a lot of years, bro.
And you see him during the fucking ABK trial, that man has aged significantly.
He lost a lot of years, bro.
Yeah, the stress was eating his ass. I'm not gonna pause. I don't know why I said it like that, but you know what I meant. Stress was definitely getting to him because he aged 20 years in 10 years. But how do you feel?
Bro, he aged like 10 years in the span of 2.5 years. Since that business update, he looks so much different.
That ABK trial and the business update, yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro.
And I don't blame him because bro, if I had to be in charge when all of that shit was going down, that shit would have kept me up at night.
Oh, yeah.
But let's talk about Phil and his legacy as the CEO. Not gonna go all the way back. We're not gonna go back to 2001 when he was the head of Microsoft Game Studios. Back then,
when he was pretty much in Matt Booty's role, right?
Yeah, he was in the position that Matt Booty was in. He was the one who got Lionhead and got Fable off the ground, Forza off the ground. I guess he would have to be the one who got Halo off the ground too. I don't know if he was in that role if that role was there at the time when they found Bungie and everything, but he was definitely there for Fable. I remember his interviews with I remember that one interview where him and Peter Molyneux were talking about Fable, and Peter Molyneux said some shit, like he promised some shit in the game, and Phil was like, what? That's like, you could tell that he was like, bro, this is not in the game. So yeah, Phil has always been
He's looking at him with a side eye,
yeah, like nigga, what are you talking about?
He was thinking about all of his PR speak right there at that point. He's like, fuck, how am I gonna fix this?
But he was still the head during the 360 era, where we were getting BioShock exclusive, GTA 4 DLC timed exclusive.
KOTOR, wait, no, that was OG Xbox. KOTOR and like Jade
KOTOR,
Empire and shit.
KOTOR, the Mass Effect 1 exclusivity, Condemned, like
Blue Dragon, freaking
Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey. And these are things that only a gamer would be able to procure, because anybody else at Xbox Studios was not going to see fucking Mistwalker and be like, yeah, we need them on our, like, to make first party games.
Yeah.
But we're going to talk about when he stepped in as the head of Xbox after the old debacle that was the Xbox One launch. A burning ship was handed to him, and somehow Xbox is still here today. So how do you feel about Phil's legacy? How are we gonna remember Phil?
Man, it's gonna suck to say this, but Phil's gonna be remembered as the person who was wheeled out there and forced to lie on Microsoft's behalf. That's how he's gonna be remembered. Like with the fucking Just for Games thing and the no Starfield, no Indiana Jones and all that, and the exclusives and all that stuff. Like, that's what he's gonna be remembered for. But the thing that's sad is like this is obviously conjecture. I don't know him, but to me, it always seemed like in the back end, him and I would say, like, when he brought in Sarah Bond, they always fought for the gamers, like, internally. At least that's the sense that I get, is like he always tried to fight for us, you know?
Yeah.
And it just seems like that fight was always gonna be a losing battle. But how Phil's gonna be remembered, how I'm gonna remember him is the guy that fought for us, man. He did try to fight for us. And I really respect that. But how he's gonna get remembered in the streets is probably gonna be for the stuff that I said earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there will be camps, mostly either like lapsed Xbox fans and people who were never Xbox fans in the first place. They'll definitely try to remember him that way. But I feel like, for the most part, the industry as a whole will remember Phil a lot more positively. Because I think no matter who you are, you can definitely say that Xbox would not be here today if it wasn't for the moves that Phil made from 2014 to 2019, when he convinced Satya that one last time, or was it 2016? When did Satya, or like where he had to fight for the Xbox division to stay alive, and that's how Game Pass and
2017, I believe. That was the same year that the Xbox One X launched.
Yeah. So from 2014 and 2017, all the moves that he made, like, when you look at it from a game standpoint, it wasn't the best years. Those were probably like the worst years of Xbox. That 2015 to 2017 stretch, Scalebound canceled, Crackdown 3 fucking ass. Sea of Thieves bare bones ass launch, and it was like, but then to make up for the assdom of all the games, he did so many consumer friendly moves that kind of kept people happy on Xbox. Like, not as happy as they wanted to be, but happy.
The little wins. The little wins added up.
It was the backwards compatibility movement. It was the
auto HDR, FPS.
Auto
boost.
HDR. Well, I think that's further in. I'm still talking about Xbox
Yeah, series.
One.
Sure.
But it was
the Xbox One had the resolution boost stuff.
Yeah, that was with the Xbox One X, and then I guess the Game Pass launch was definitely looked at as pro-consumer at the time, because the price was definitely just like, for what you were getting was pretty crazy, and like just the free cloud saves, the Play Anywhere. Play Anywhere was a thing yet? I don't even know.
Play Anywhere started with Quantum Break.
Okay, so yeah, it did start back then. So yeah, the Play Anywhere initiative, even though it was pretty small back then, it was like only first-party games, but as you can see, it's grown a lot more over the years. But yeah.
Honestly, all things considered, I feel like that Play Anywhere initiative is probably his biggest move.
Yeah.
Because that led to where we are now, where it's like Xbox is everything, you know?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, a lot of pro-consumer moves, like, and then Game Pass kind of started off slow. It was like, yeah, it's cheap, and then there was a lot of ways that you could get into it for very cheap, get long periods of Game Pass for very cheap, but there wasn't really much in there. But then they bought the
Games with Gold thing started with Phil too.
Yeah, Games with Gold.
Mm-hmm.
Like the double up on Games with Gold, that was because of Phil. Like getting the 360 games and the Xbox One games. So yeah. And then I think they were the first ones to do the free play days, and then like now everybody does that. PlayStation and Nintendo copied that afterwards. Actually, does PlayStation do it? I know Nintendo does that like game trial week.
Yeah, they do. PlayStation has the game trials, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, like free play days started with Xbox. Looking for group, that was also a really good feature on Xbox. A lot of like that, if you were a social gamer, there was still a lot of things that they had that PlayStation didn't have at the time. So he like, they still didn't have the budget back then, and they didn't have the studios. The third parties were like, he could get some third party exclusives, but they couldn't get anything big.
Or they would backfire.
Yeah, or they would backfire. Like fucking
Rise of the Tomb Raider.
I mean, would you call that a backfire though?
It backfired on them because everyone was like, why the fuck is this exclusive? Yeah, exactly.
Because PlayStation was not doing that at all. Nintendo wasn't doing it at all either. It was only Xbox. You know,
that's when the Xbox tax was at its worst, in my opinion.
Look, I'm gonna say it. Ryan McCaffrey, never an Xbox fan. I don't care what nobody says. That man was anti-Xbox because he was the one who led the charge on Tomb Raider being exclusive, and I'll never forgive him for that shit. Like, how
like the hate train, right?
Yeah, like, how are you supposed to be an Xbox fan and you're mad at Xbox for getting exclusive games? Like, I'll never understand that shit. And then they're doing it the same way PlayStation has done it since the PS1. But yeah, I don't want to hear that shit.
PlayStation started with getting third-party exclusives.
Yeah.
They didn't even have any teams of their own. That
So-
came later down the line.
It wasn't until the PS3 that they really started hunkering down with first party shit.
Exactly. PS2 is when it like really started, and then PS3 is when it like really blew up, you know? But with the PS1, they made their bones off of third parties.
Exactly. PS2 also predominantly third party outside of God of War and Gran Turismo.
Yeah, and a little bit of Ratchet and Slime stuff, but still.
Yeah.
Like, no, Insomniac wasn't even a first party studio until Spider-Man 2018. So
Exactly.
like that tells you all you need to know.
So yeah. But that's where the Xbox tax came from. Like, there was always a negative spin on anything good that Xbox did, and then when PlayStation does the exact same thing, all the news was super positive about it. But he made do with what he had. He did what he could when the Xbox division was so underfunded that the best exclusive game that they can get from a third party was Ori and Cuphead. Like, indie games they had to get super high quality indie games because they were the cheapest way to get a third party that actually mattered.
Yeah, and one that wouldn't be like controversial.
Exactly. Because which is like, like, you don't understand how much that pisses me off that the Tomb Raider thing happened like that. Because PlayStation got, like, no one complained when like the marketing rights to Call of Duty went to PlayStation or anything like that. That's like the equivalent of Xbox getting a year of Tomb Raider, even though Tomb Raider was not an exclusive PlayStation game either. That shit was on the 3DO. Or actually, sorry, it was supposed to be on the 3DO, but then PlayStation bought Tomb Raider exclusivity after it was already running on the 3DO, announced for the 3DO, shown off on the 3DO, and then they were like, nah, this is ours. So, but anyways, in 2017, it wasn't looking good. Satya was like, why are we keeping y'all here? And then Phil was like, open up that checkbook and I'm gonna show you why we still here. And then he convinced Satya, and the first initiative that went into play was Game Pass. And started off very small, but once we got into
2019 with Gears.
With Gears 5? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah, that would be like the kickoff when Gears 5 launched into it. That was like the, oh shit, this is a...
That's when I subbed to Game Pass.
Yeah, I subbed when... I think I subbed before Gears 5, because I was in there when it was like Fallout 4. I was like, oh, I think I only have Fallout 4 on my PC, and I was like, let me go ahead and play Fallout 4 on the Xbox One. Maybe Fallout 76 was in there. I think that's when I joined. I think it was Fallout 76 that made me go to Game Pass. So yeah, stuff like that. It was very bare bones. There wasn't that many games. When they say over 100 games, it was really like 100 and something games in there, and that was it. Now we're at like 400, 500, 600 maybe. I don't know how much it is now. But yeah, Game Pass.
I think with the console and PC games, it's over 1,000.
Yeah. And Game Pass kicked it off, but then 2018 we got the best news that an Xbox gave, like the Xbox news that really gave hope to Xbox, and that was the class of 18 studio acquisitions being Obsidian. I actually don't. I'm just gonna say both 18 and 19 because I don't remember which one was which. But they picked up Obsidian, in Exile, Ninja Theory. They created the initiative. They created.
Oh, I found the list of 18.
Okay.
So 18 was Playground Games, Undead Labs, Ninja Theory, and Compulsion.
Okay, so Obsidian wasn't
And
even
then-
there yet.
Yeah, Oblivion. What's it called? Fuck. What's their names? The Avowed devs. Obsidian.
Yeah.
They got bought in 2019.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
2019 was Double Fine, Obsidian. Who else? I'm missing them. But yeah,
And
those two were the
They
big ones.
created the initiative, and they
Initiative, yeah.
created World's Edge. And I think there's. Oh, and no, you already said Compulsion. Was that everybody?
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to look. I can't find the 2019 one.
That was at
I'm only
the
finding-
XO 19, I
Microsoft.
believe.
Let's see. $2019. I'm only seeing Microsoft's 2019 acquisition spree, but not Xbox's specifically.
Let me see.
Acquired several game studios.
All right. This is an article from the Irish Independent that should give us.
Sure.
Let's see. Let's see if they list them. Okay.
Bro, why can't I find the 2019 one?
All right, I'm just gonna go on the.
It might have
wiki.
just been those two, bro.
I think it's because they're only showing the acquisitions, not the ones that they created from scratch in 2019.
For sure.
So let me see if it shows the. It doesn't show when they were acquired, but it was Double Fine, Obsidian, and they created World's Edge in 2019. They also created the Initiative in 2019. I think that was the 4. Because everyone else was already bought in 2018. They didn't create any studios in 2018. So yeah, those were the 8.
Did you list In Exile?
Oh, In Exile.
In Exile, okay, In Exile, Playground Games, Compulsion, and Undead Labs. Okay, so I don't see, this is literally saying in 2018 and 2019, so I can't find one specifically for just 19, but
I mean, I guess it don't really matter.
Yeah, it
But
doesn't really
It's,
matter.
both of those years, they acquired a bunch of studios and
Really bolstered their
finally-
first parties.
yeah, finally bolstered their first party, because before it was literally Turn 10, Forza, 343, Halo, The Coalition, Gears, Mojang, Minecraft.
Which was an
Rare.
acquisition.
Rare, before Sea of Thieves, who knows what the fuck they were doing. Connect
They were
Games.
Connect Studio. Yep.
Connect Studio, but this Sea of Thieves. And at the time, Sea of Thieves was not the fucking banger that it is today. Am I missing someone? They had 5 studios. Did they still have Twisted Pixel or whatever they were called at this time?
Twisted Pixel. Was that like the Super Bomber? Not Super Bomberman.
Super
Explosion Man.
Man's-
Yeah,
Studio.
dude, I remember those games.
Let me see if I can find the list of studios they don't have anymore. Former studios.
Twisted Pixel is still going.
Well, not anymore, because fucking Meta just closed them down.
Oh,
Yeah.
rip.
Former studios.
Their last game was Deadpool VR.
Yeah.
Damn, dude, what the heck?
It
Why
was-
are these quality ass studios getting shut down, bro?
Yeah, I think Twisted Pixels was there until a little bit after these acquisitions. So they had the 6 studios. No, they had No, they had 13. They had 13 studios, right? Or was it 15? I could have sworn they had 15 at this time. Am I tripping?
Like after 2019, right?
Oh, Xbox Publishing. They count that as a studio. Xbox Games Publishing. That was a studio as well. And then they count Microsoft Casual Game Studio. So maybe that was the other one. Let's see. Compulsion, Double Fine, Halo, In Exile, Microsoft Casual, Mojang, Ninja Theory, Obsidian, Playground, Rare, Coalition, Turn 10, Undead Labs, World's Edge. And then if they still had the initiative, that would be 15. So yeah, that was the 15. Okay, so 15 from 6 to 15, just like that. Or I guess 7 if you count Casual Studio. From 7 to 15, just like that. And everyone was like, yo, PlayStation only had 13 studios at the time. And then no one really knows how Nintendo, like, we know that their development teams and everything, but their teams have teams within the team, so it's really hard to kind of gauge how many Nintendo studios there are. But the direct competition was obviously PlayStation when it came down to this, and like that was the starting point of like, yo, this is when Xbox is about to have this big comeback. Like, they have Game Pass, which is starting to really hit its stride. They have the most powerful console with the Xbox One X, and people who were like lapsed Xbox fans came back with that Xbox One X because it was like a true 4K console, unlike the PS5 Pro or the PS4 Pro. And people were loving how the Xbox One X felt. The games were running really good, and then it had the Hachi method, which made those 360 games have higher resolution, which was like basically getting free remaster, especially for like games like Red Dead Redemption 1 and KOTOR. Those games looked way better on the Xbox One X. So yeah, they were moving in a really good direction. And then in 2019, we got like the worst lineup of games ever made by Xbox in their history. And then it was like, yeah, bro, this new generation needs to start. And then out of nowhere, with everyone's surprised, we got that Series X launch, like that Series X reveal at the Game Awards. And I still say that's one of the best like console reveals, just because of how like it was such a big surprise. Like, bro, what is this? What are they showing us? Master, like we were seeing a car, we were seeing some FIFA shit. Like, bro, what's going on here? Is this Forza? Is it FIFA? And you see Master Chief, you're like, yo, what is Xbox about to do? And you see this fucking computer looking motherfucker. You're like, what is this? But that was like the start of Bill having the keys to Microsoft and actually having the funding. And this was supposed to be the generation where this was supposed to be the comeback generation. Like, there's nothing holding them back anymore. Then they bought Bethesda, and it was like, yo,
that was 21.
Yeah. Well,
it actually happened. It actually happened a month before the Series X and S launched.
Yes. So we gotta go a little bit back, because the Xbox Series launch is a blunder for sure. Not Xbox One levels, but it was not where it was supposed to be. And in hindsight, there's a lot of things that went into why, but at the time, it was not the best possible launch for that console. It needed a year to cook, for sure. Not the
what were the
console
games?
itself.
It was like
not the
it was
console,
like a
the
Dragon or
game.
some shit.
Yeah, there was no first party games ready for launch except for Gears standalone DLC Hive Busters, which was a visual showcase for sure, but the game was also like 4 hours long. It was not a proper launch title like Halo Infinite was supposed to be. And that's the first time we saw the woes of Xbox Game Studios when they allowed Halo Infinite to go out on stage looking like it was looking, and they were like, "Yeah, this is fine. This is the power of the Series X," and that shit looked like absolute dog shit. Craig, we never gonna forget Craig. That shit should have never been like nobody should ever allow their premier franchise to go out on stage looking the way that Halo Infinite looked. And I was like, man, this gameplay is fire, but what the hell is going on with these graphics, bro? Like, and this is after the whole messaging of being the world's most powerful console over and over again. And then PlayStation is showing off fucking Demon Souls, Spider-Man with ray tracing, Ratchet
At
and
60
Clank
FPS.
ripped apart. We're like, yo, this is crazy. And then Xbox shows us fucking Halo Infinite that looked worse than Halo 5. Shows us, I forgot what else they showed off at the 2020, but it was some bullshit. I remember that. They were like, it was a bunch of CGI, and then the only gameplay that we saw was that Halo Infinite, and it looked like ass. And everybody's like, "Yo, what's going on, Phil? What happened?" Now, when you think
That actually was the year they that was the year that they did the CGI trailers for Avowed and Fable as well.
the Avowed trailer, the Fable trailer, State of Decay 3.
You're gonna hate this. This was also the showcase. They showed off the gunk.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, oh, that was like the most exciting announcement for me. I was like, yo, I don't care about nothing else here. They just showed the gunk from Image and 4. Count your fucking days.
Oh
man.
no, dude. Bro, this showcase is actually fucking horrible. State of Decay 3 CGI trailer, Crossfire X,
Bro.
Everwild got
Oh,
canceled.
Crossfire X.
The Medium.
The Medium? Bro. Oh man. Dog shit. And then like, these games kind of look good, but all these games, except for the ones that have not come out yet, and yeah, like all those third-party games were fucking dog shit. All of them. Every single one of them. And oh man. So yeah, their gameplay showcase in 2020 was, or their Xbox showcase in 2020 was not good. The console itself was like really good. The features, quick resume, everything A1, but there was no reason to really like jump on the Xbox train at that point, which, except for the fact that you really couldn't find a console, and that was the only thing saving them at the time. You could not find a PS5 anywhere, and there was a better chance of finding a Series X. That was the only thing saving them at that point. Now, when you look at the timeline, they bought these studios in 2018, 2019. These studios were still working on games that were releasing multi-platform, like Double Fine was working on Psychonauts 2. The Outer Worlds had just come out in 2019 from Obsidian. Ninja Theory had something ready. It just Bleeding Edge. We don't talk about that. But they had
that came out earlier that year, huh?
Yeah, they also had announced Hellblade. Or sorry, they released Hellblade in like 2017. So it was still gonna be a while before they had something big. So like every studio that they bought, they were still working on something, or they just released something. And knowing how long game development is, in hindsight, they were never gonna have those first party games ready. Like, if these moves were made in 2014, like all these studios were bought then, bro, the lineup in 2019 or 2020, when the Series X launched, would have been a whole nother thing. But the worst thing about the release is that it didn't matter how many games that they had at launch, because they only needed one game, and one game only, and that was Halo Infinite. If Halo Infinite was ready at launch and in a stable, good-looking game with actual content at launch, it would not have mattered about anything else, because it was Halo. That's all people needed to know that Xbox is in a good state. And yet they fucked that up. They fucked up the reveal. They showed it off again in the multiplayer. It looked great. It played great. We got the beta and everything. Everyone was praising Halo again. But then they released it with no content. And then the updates were not ready. They were very slow. And that killed the game. Even though it's one of the best feeling Halos. It's one of the best game, like, they had old school maps. They had a lot of new great maps. They had the best Forge mode ever in a Halo game. None of it mattered, because they fucked the franchise so bad that no one wanted to come back. So yeah, that is one of the blights that we can definitely credit to Phil Spencer. Even though, yeah, like, oh, you know, it's Matt Booty's job. Well, it still falls to Phil Spencer, because at the end of the day, he is the CEO. Like, when the marketing bad, it's also under the CEO. It's like, yeah, Aaron Greenberg should be blamed too, but Phil got to take some heat for having Aaron Greenberg not doing his job. Matt Booty not doing his job, Phil got to get some of the blame for not having Matt Booty doing his job. But I also understand, like, getting a bunch of, like, going from 6 studios to 15 studios within 2 years, and then just being able to manage all of them perfectly was never going to be, like, that's going to be a hard task in and of itself. So, but it's also like they didn't have a choice but to do it that way, because they were starting from a losing position from the beginning. So he's always had he's always had to deal with things in the worst possible way. Like, he's always been in the worst position in everything, from when he started to even when he finished. But the Xbox Series generation did not really pick up until 2023. 2022, worst year of Xbox. Maybe not the worst year, because Xbox One had some pretty bad years, but that 2022 year killed all momentum for Xbox, especially after how good 2021 was. And then 2022, they had nothing. Everything that was supposed to come out in 22 got delayed. Starfield, Redfall. Everyone was so excited for Redfall. That got delayed. Thank God. Imagine if Redfall would have came out in 2022.
Oh man.
What else was supposed to be there? Forza Motorsport, delayed. So everything that was supposed to be in 2022 got delayed to 2023, only leaving Grounded and Pentiment as the Series X titles for that year.
But those are both great games, though.
Yeah,
those are both great games. But didn't move the
Grounded is
needle at
still
all.
My favorite Obsidian game, but that's not system sellers for sure. Another thing I will say is that they had the best year up to that point for Game Pass. Like, Game Pass that year was crazy because they had to make up for what was like their first party. And it shows when you look back at how many day ones they had, that was the most day ones they had.
Oh, really?
Yeah, up to this point. Like, it was like double, or not double, but like 50% more than like the best one. So they definitely made up for it for Game Pass users. That was also the year like Vampire Survivors came out day one on there, and I was playing a lot of shit on Game Pass that I ended up loving.
If I recall, 22 was A Plague Tale, High on Life, stuff like that.
High on Life ended the year with a bang, and that kicked off 2023 with Hi-Fi Rush. Like, it led right into the January Hi-Fi Rush and everything that happened in 2023, where they finally had a lineup of games throughout. But it was never enough from the console side, at least, because after 2022 the consoles slowed and they never picked back up. PS5s were finally in stock and you can go into a store and go buy one, and there was no longer shortages, and the Xbox was just not selling at this point anymore because all faith had already been lost at this point. Like, it was selling, but it wasn't selling where it was gonna cross 100 million like the PS5. But it was also like, okay, like, it could at least maybe cross the Xbox One sales, maybe. And then it just kept declining and declining and declining. And then the business update. Also, I guess if you want to talk about games, some of the games that everyone was hyped for did not land like we would expect, like Starfield. Starfield was supposed to be generational. And although I still find Starfield to be one of my favorite games of this generation, a lot of people did not feel that same way for a lot of different reasons.
Starfield's story is not over.
It's still too late.
Nah, you think so? I don't know, bro. I feel like they could turn it around, bro. I really do.
I think they could turn it around, but I still feel like it needed to be that in 2023.
Sure.
Like, if Starfield would have got that 96, 97, like that Skyrim level rating, and it sold 20 million copies and everything, like, it could have been that system seller for Xbox. If it could have been an Elden Ring like level game where everyone's like, yo, I gotta get that Xbox for this and this only. It could have pushed the envelope for Xbox at least a little bit. And that's what people expected from Starfield, because it's Bethesda. Everything that they have made outside of 76 was that. It was a generational title. Even Fallout 4, as much as people like hate on it now, it was a system seller. Like, you got an Xbox One, you would upgrade for Fallout 4 because it was the next Fallout. It was that good. But yeah, man. Forza Motorsport. Forza
Minecraft Dungeons?
No,
Legends?
Minecraft Dungeons was the one that popped off. Minecraft Legends was the one that didn't. And then we can't talk about failed games without talking about Redfall. Literally, like after Hi-Fi Rush, everything was on the up and up. Everything was all dandy. And then you got the previews for Redfall and they were like, yo, this is doing it. It's the multiplayer immersive sim. It got all these elements. It's great. It looks great. It runs great. And then we were like, yo, Redfall about to be dope. And then it dropped. And it was like, what is this? And then we were like, oh, Tog, King,
Maddie too.
Maddie, y'all played this like 2 weeks ago. And y'all said this was amazing. What the fuck happened in those 2 weeks? And all of them were just like, bro, I don't know what. Like the game that I played was not the game that we got.
Yeah. If I recall, that was actually a learning moment for them because they didn't ask them like what they were playing the game on. Like, and I remember
it wasn't even only graphics. It was like it was
like performance and all that.
Performance. It was like
polish.
The polish, the gameplay.
They must have been shown a vertical slice, bro.
That's what I'm saying. They had to have been, because they were saying like even they hit the cutscenes. Because remember those storybook ass cutscenes that were ended, like that indie ass cutscenes that they were doing, bro. And then that's when we really realized like what, like I understand hands-off approach, but there is a limit to hands-off approach. That not being able to see what was going on with Redfall is just incompetence at that point. And that's when it came down, like when it came down to anything that I consider a failure under Phil Spencer's eye, it was the games. It was always like, that's the only thing I can really say Phil really, like, that should have been something he had his hands in, because he is the gamer CEO. He should be in these studios playing these games and telling them like, yo, this is hot, this is not. Like, Redfall shouldn't have shipped in that condition. Forza Motorsport, I don't even know what they could have done. It just needed, I mean, did it need more time? Because they kept updating it. It didn't really get better. So I don't know what was going on with Forza Motorsport and Turn 10. But the games was the sore spot of Phil Spencer's generation. And it, like, he's had great games launch under his belt, because obviously Hi-Fi Rush, amazing game. Grounded, amazing game. Pentiment, the fact that a game like Pentiment was even allowed to be made is something that you would not get from a lot of these publishers, including PlayStation, if Obsidian was under their belt. So, and then like there was a lot of good games that didn't meet their full potential, like Avowed, like Doom the Dark Ages. Even though I did see that id Software did consider that game as a success, like a hit. Actually, they said that it was a hit. So I guess enough people bought Doom the Dark Ages for it to be considered a hit.
That's good.
But I just remember the sentiment before launch being so high, and then when it launched, it was kind of like, it was good. It just was not on the level of the last two Doom games. So yeah. But when it comes to everything up until 2024, like, he didn't close down studios until 2024, or was it 2023?
I think it was 24, if I recall.
But like everything up to 2024, I still think on the console side, they were doing a lot of good. All the dashboard improvements to the Xbox dashboard, they were really good. Game Pass kept getting better every single year. What else was happening? They started adding more third-party games to play anywhere, which made the Xbox, and also the improvements to the Xbox app on PC, night and day, because that shit was unusable. Like, that shit was unusable outside of just loading up your game. You just want to load up your game and not have to deal with that shit, because if you try to do anything else on that fucking Windows app, it was terrible. So they did a lot of improvements there. I liked their Xbox partner, or like the Xbox Insider program for all the stuff that they were doing there. They had a lot of great practices in place. The Microsoft rewards were amazing up until 2024. Those Microsoft rewards, you could literally, it would pay for Game Pass on its own. Like, as long as you were doing all of the surveys and doing everything there. Then 2024 hit. We got those layoffs. Or which one happened first? Was it the business update or the layoffs? I think it was the layoffs, because January was when they did the layoffs. It was actually right after. No, wait.
I think it was the business update first, and then later on the layoffs, because the business update had Hi-Fi Rush in it, right? To PlayStation.
Yeah. So it had to be after.
Bro, now that I think about it, those 3 games, when it was Pentiment, Grounded, and Hi-Fi Rush, those were the first 3 games that they ported over. And Sea of Thieves.
Mm-hmm.
That's hella funny, man.
So yeah, it was so after 2023, they at least had some good games that launched. Although Hi-Fi Rush got snubbed for the nomination in 2023, I still say that to this day. That shit should have been in the Game of the Year conversation. But they started off the year with another January showcase with the January Direct. Everything was fine and dandy. Everything was cool. And then we start hearing rumors like, oh, Starfield is going to PS5. But not only Starfield, Halo, Gears, Forza is going to PS5. Grounded, Sea of Thieves, Hi-Fi Rush, all going to PS5. And it's just like, what the fuck is going on? You know? But it's not true until, they announce it, And then they were like, feels like we hear you. We're going to do a business update on blah, blah, blah. We're going to talk about it. And then, it's only going to be 4 games. We're just testing waters. Nothing set in stone. Just going to be these little 4 games. Just these little 4. Starfield, not in the plans. Starfield is not in the plans to go. Halo, Gears, and Forza, come on. Not in the plans. It's not happening as of now. And then that's when it started. Floodgates were open. The crash outs. We lost some soldiers in the Xbox space. Once we lost Tim Dog, that was the beginning of the end, bro. Like, Tim Dog was the lifer of Xbox fanboys. He was the Phil Spencer of Xbox fanboys. Once we saw him leave, I should have known that the writing was on the wall, but I was like, nah, man. We can make it without him, bro. Like, Tim, we can still do it without Tim Dog, bro. And Then the layoffs happened. The studio closures happened. Then the price increases happened. And it was just one thing after another, L after L after L. Microsoft Rewards got gimped to the point that nobody even wanted to use the shit anymore. The Game Pass increase, everything. And I still don't think any of that was a Phil decision. I don't put any of that shit on Phil, but a lot of people will put that on Phil because he was the CEO at the time. So I understand, like, I can see, like, I'm not gonna, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but if someone were to say, like, it was Phil's fault that this shit happened in the first place, I can be like, yeah. Like, at the end of the day, he was the CEO at the time. Everything falls on him even if the directives came from the top. So, yeah. But towards the end, there was really, you could tell that Phil was just not, he wasn't the Phil anymore. Like, it was looking bad. He was a little bit less in the spotlight as well. He wasn't on social media as much. Like, he would repost some things, but for the most part, he was kind of backing out.
Mm-hmm.
But he's always been on the back foot for his entire career. There was never a moment where he could really chill and just be like, we're finally succeeding, we're doing it. I guess I didn't even talk about ABK, because that was the beginning of the end, really. But we've talked about that enough. But I do feel like Phil, like you said, I think you put it perfectly, actually. Like, he always fought for the gamer until he could not fight any longer, which I consider 2024 as the year that, like, Phil couldn't fight anymore. There was nothing he could do at that point.
Yeah.
He fought as much as he could. Some things were just out of his hand. Like, there were some things that he could have controlled, like Halo Infinite. Like Halo Infinite, he could have controlled that. He could have, Starfield, there was really nothing that he could have done with Starfield. Like, Starfield was already the game it was going to be. It was a design issue, not a quality issue. I guess the only thing quality-wise is that it could have been 60 FPS on Series X at launch. Actually, everything being 30 FPS, like all of their first-party games being 30 FPS on Series X was also a bad look. Because it was like Redfall, 30 FPS, Starfield, 30 FPS. No, Forza had a 60 FPS mode. I forgot. But it was just a weird little section of games that were just coming out 30 FPS only on Xbox, and it didn't, and some of them didn't warrant being 30 FPS. So yeah, I will remember Phil positively, because I don't think there would be an Xbox today if it wasn't for him. Now, up until 2024, I feel like for the console space, for the hardware, the software, he was doing a great job. The games is like the place that he should have just been better, or got someone in there besides Matt Booty who could improve the quality of these games. He should have picked up Connie Booth when she left. Connie Booth
Oh,
would
yeah.
have had these games looking right. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, I still feel like Phil's Legacy was a good one for Xbox. The one that they needed, but at the end, it wasn't enough to fight off the real monster, which was Microsoft and Satya Nadella. All right. Sorry, I spent way longer than I thought on this. But my bad. All right, quickly, we gotta talk about the Sarah Bond situation because that shit is out
I
of
think
control.
that's the more interesting
Yeah.
situation, honestly.
So let me read. So the first thing about the Sarah Bond situation is that nobody mentioned Sarah Bond except for Phil. Satya Nadella did not mention Sarah Bond in his letter. Asha did not mention Sarah Bond in her in her letter or message to the people. Phil Spencer was the only, like, Matt Booty didn't mention Sarah. Only Phil mentioned Sarah Bond. But then you see her like updating LinkedIn and like messaging people to like come to it was like recruited people on LinkedIn like 3 hours before this announcement happened. Like she just didn't
You're talking
know.
about Sarah Bond's thing, right?
Yeah.
It was an accessibility post.
Yeah, it was an accessibility post on LinkedIn about Xbox 3 hours before she was resigned. And I'm like, everyone's like, did she know? Does she know that she's not working with Xbox anymore? Because if I was resigning, I would not be posting anything on my LinkedIn except I'm looking for a new place to work. So it was a weird situation. Nobody mentioned her, and then like 6 hours later, she finally said something about it. And then it was like a glowing review of Asha, or not a review, but like she had a glowing message for Asha, and she was like, yeah, she's the right one for Xbox. Like she's the one that Xbox deserves at this time. I'm like, what? I still don't.
Bro, she literally bled green, bro. She literally would be out here with green dresses on anytime she popped out, bro.
Exactly. But she got done dirty. Like I don't know how, I don't know the specifics of it, but it's so easy to tell that she got done dirty. Because everyone in Microsoft, in journalism, in the industry, we all saw her. We were like, yeah, she's next up. She's next up. Everyone saw it. All of a sudden, she's not next up anymore. Then she resigns when Phil leaves. Then no one mentions her, which probably means that she probably stirred up some shit when she found out, and they didn't like that. Like that's how I envision it in my head, at least. But I'm gonna skip a little ahead because then after all of this stuff started to go down, everything started to settle. Tom Warren and The Verge come up with this report, and they're like, yeah, people internally at Microsoft are relieved that Sarah Bond left. Xbox Anywhere was Sarah Bond's plan. The "this is an Xbox ad" was her idea and offended many internally. The pivot away from console, led by Bond, under Spencer's direction, hasn't gone well for Xbox. The strategy had been failing internally and been questioned multiple times. Bond had tried to push mobile and cloud over console to reach potentially millions more Xbox customers. But the result has been a classic case of chasing tomorrow's customers by neglecting today's. Microsoft wants to turn around and is worried about losing Xbox as it's one of its only remaining successful consumer brands. Sources also told Verge employees said Bond was tough to work with. So this comes out and she's just being scapegoated and thrown under the bus for plans that have been in place since Quantum Break. Like,
yeah, since before she even was hired on by Microsoft.
These are stuff that we heard, like we've heard Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella, like during the ABK trials and everything, saying these words about how we want Xbox to be everywhere. We want Xbox to be in more hands. With the power of the cloud, we can bring games to everyone. 300 million customers instead of just like, we heard this whole rhetoric. And then somehow everything was Sarah Bond's fault. Now, there's a possibility that she had the idea of this is an Xbox ad, yeah, and that was a terrible ad. It was a terrible look for Xbox, but she was only furthering something that was already in play. Mm-hmm. Like, she didn't do anything more. Like, she pushed a little bit further than what. Like, she pushed a little too far with this is an Xbox ad. But at the end of the day, that was the initiative that Xbox and Microsoft put into place before she even got there. She didn't change anything. So this report, like, it literally just pissed me off. I was like, bro, if this is what scapegoating looks like, this is the perfect example of just scapegoating, because he even says, like, this is an Xbox ad led by Bond under Spencer's direction. We're just gonna act like Bill Spencer is her boss. Her boss. If he saw that this is an Xbox ad and didn't say, no, this is terrible, we can't run this. Satya saw it, and like both of her bosses saw this and said, yeah, run it. Run the ad. Do it. So at the end of the day, like, this can't all fall on Sarah Bond. That's how I feel about it, at least. Was there anything else? Sarah Bond news. Let me see what these other links are.
Yeah, man. I agree with you, bro. I just think it's wild. Like I understand how, corporations work and how, like, the ladder goes, like not all of the decisions fall under the third guy in line, you know what I'm saying? Like, exactly. Like, that person had to go to the second person.
Brand changing, like, this was a brand changing moment. That is not a vice president decision.
Exactly. That's something that Phil Spencer had to sign off on, and that's something that Phil had to go to Satya to sign off on. You see what I'm saying? So it's just, yeah. I mean, it just came off as a hit piece. It just came off as, let's alleviate the concerns of this new CEO, and let's put all the blame on the people that already dipped, or the people that just left. And that's just wrong, like. And then, like, in the same article, it's like people are saying, like, I don't know if Tom Warren said it, I didn't fully read the article, but it was like something about her not really even being a gamer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like,
we knew that she was not a gamer going in, but the one thing that she did do is, like, that's the only where I can give Asha the benefit of the doubt. Because Sarah Bond was not a gamer coming in, but she understood she understood the community, she understood the games, she understood who is who and what's what, which games are like, she understood which games and publishers were important and why they were important. And she did her research, and she seemed like she started gaming, even though I don't know her if she has an Xbox profile or anything, but when she would talk about games, it actually sounded like she knew what the fuck she was talking about.
Yeah, man. And it's, you know, I literally went through her Twitter the other night, and I was just like looking at all of her like retweets and posts and all that. And it's like, bro, like she was retweeting like Cult of the Lamb shit, and that game's not even on Game Pass. You know what I'm saying? Like no fake gamer knows Cult of the Lamb. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It just pissed me off. Like it's just like how are you gonna say like he's responsible and she's evil and she's blah 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 blah, and it's like the whole time it's like she literally did everything for the gamers too, you know? And she also did the bleed green thing. Like she literally dressed up, she literally embodied Xbox on the stage. Like,
and not
I
to
don't know
mention that she was there with Phil and without Phil in Japan, working out those relationships to get these motherfuckers back on the Xbox console. She was in Japan when Phil wasn't even in Japan. When Phil was in the States doing what he had to do, she was still over there at Square Enix, at Koei Tecmo, at Indies. She was the one who was like, we got 200 indie developers from Japan to start bringing their games over to Xbox. Like, that was a big initiative for them, rebuilding that relationship in Japan, and she was in the forefront of that. So, like, we're not gonna try to disrespect what Sarah Bond brought to the table, but it seems like that's what they're doing at Microsoft and in these journalism streets, because they had the send-off for Phil on Monday, or actually Tuesday. No, it was Monday. The 20, on Monday they had the send off for Phil, and who was there? We got Asha, okay. Aaron Greenberg was there. We got Matt Booty, and we got Phil. Where the hell is Sarah Bond in this whole send off party? Like, they are doing her so dirty. It's
obvious.
Disgusting,
it's obvious,
bro.
Oh yeah.
So during Black History Month, no less, like, we not going. You know what? We know who y'all are. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, Sarah Bond's situation is probably the one that is the most, like, Phil leaving, we already knew, but like the way that they handled Sarah Bond and just kind of, they just act like she ain't exist, like, that shit is crazy to me.
Yeah, man. And the funniest thing is, like,
it's like the fact that it reminds, like, they're doing her like they did Sean Layden, except like Sean Layden, they really just act like he didn't exist after he left, bro. At least she got they acknowledged that she resigned, and that was about it. Like, but yeah, they doing her dirty. Sure, I don't like that shit,
bro. And it's funny because, like, people are saying like, oh, Asha's gonna bring back the Xbox, but it's like, Sarah Bond. No, I know, but Sarah Bond was the one who literally doubled down on, like, we're still making hardware. She's the one that literally was the last person to say that. She literally said, we're still making hardware.
The most advanced Xbox, the most, like,
I don't fucking know, bro.
But, you know, and then, like, it's the fact that that shit is working, because I saw people like, so it was Sarah Bond this whole time. I should have known. That's what happens with, like, oh man, you know, it's you feel me? You know what I mean? Oh man.
No, I know, bro.
But let's start with the new CEO. Let's talk about Asha Sharma. It all started with a tweet where she said, "Today I begin my role as CEO of Xbox. Here are my 3 commitments. Great games, return of Xbox, and future of play. All right. What the fuck does that mean? Let's get into it. So I'm gonna read her message to the world, to the CEO staff and everything, or the Microsoft.
While you're reading that, I'm gonna go blow my nose real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Dear team, today I begin my role as CEO of Microsoft Gaming. I feel two things at once: humility and urgency. Humility because this team has built something extraordinary over decades. Urgency because gaming is in a period of rapid change and we need to move with clarity and conviction. I'm stepping into work shaped by generations of artists, engineers, designers, writers, musicians, operators, and more. Great worlds that have brought joy and deep personal meaning to hundreds of millions of players. The level of craft here is exceptional and is amplified by Xbox, which was founded in the belief that the power of games connects people and pushes the industry forward. Thank you to Phil for his leadership and to every studio, platform, and operations team that built this foundation. We are stewards of some of the most loved stories and characters in entertainment and bring players and creators together around the fun and community of gaming in entirely new ways. My first job is simple: understand what makes this work and protect it. Starts with 3 commitment. First, great games. Everything begins here. We must have great games beloved by players before we do anything. Unforgettable characters, stories that make us feel, innovative gameplay, and creative excellence. We will empower our studios, invest in iconic franchises, and back bold new ideas. We will take risks. We will enter new categories and markets where we can add real value grounded in what players care about most. I promoted Bat Booty in honor of this commitment. He understands the craft and the challenges of building great games, has led teams that deliver award-winning work, and has earned the trust of game developers across the industry. Second, the return of Xbox. We will recommit to our core Xbox fans and players, those who have invested with us for the past 25 years, and to the developers who built the expansive universes and experiences that are embraced by players across the world. We will celebrate our roots with a renewed commitment to Xbox, starting with the console, which has shaped who we are. It connects us to the players and fans who invest in Xbox and to the developers who build ambitious experiences for it. Gaming now lives across devices, not within the limits of any single piece of hardware. As we expand across PC, mobile, and cloud, Xbox should feel seamless, instant, and worthy of the communities we serve. We will break down barriers so developers can build once and reach players everywhere without compromise. Third, future of play. We are witnessing the reinvention of play. To meet the moment, we will invent new business models and new ways to play by leaning into what we already have: iconic teams, characters, and worlds that people love. But we will not treat those worlds as static IP to milk and monetize. We will build a shared platform and tools that empower players and developers to create and share their own stories. As monetization and AI evolve and influence this future, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. Games are and always will be art, crafted by humans and created with the most innovative technology provided by us. The next 25 years belong to the teams who dare to build something surprising, something no one else is willing to try, and have the patience to see it through. We have done this before, and I am here to help us do it again. I want to return to the renegade spirit that built Xbox in the first place. It will require us to relentlessly question everything, revisit processes, protect what works, and be brave enough to change what does not. Thank you for welcoming me. Oh my God. Welcoming me into this journey, Asha. Okay. All right. Before we talk about Asha, there's a few other tidbits that I wanted to bring up. So, starting with her reply to the Xbox Twitter account, welcoming her to the team. She replied with, should bring the Blade dashboard. I mean, she meant, should I bring the Blade dashboard back? And then
Am I even convinced that she knows what the Blade dashboard even is? No.
And then someone was like, "Hey, Asha, as the new Xbox CEO, I hope that you understand how important exclusive games are and how games like Halo, Forza, Gears, Fable created an identity for Xbox and its players, becoming a key point for Xbox's success. Xbox games must be only on Xbox." And she said, "Hear you." And guess what? They was eating that shit up. And then it doesn't stop there. She was like, oh no, not that one. And then Ryan McCaffrey was like, "Do I believe that AI is writing Asha's posts? No. Do I believe that an experienced gamer on the Xbox team may be helping her sound more like a real gamer with her social replies? Yes. Do I think it's a bad idea for her to try and fake this? Yes." And then Asha responded, "I agree. Faking would be a terrible idea and wouldn't work. I also didn't expect my gamer tag to blow up, and the reality is more boring." Oh, speaking of her gamer tag, we looked at her gamer tag on the show, on Project Entitled, and she had like 1,500 fucking gamer score in Minecraft, and she played for like 11 hours, which is physically impossible.
No, that wasn't the interesting thing about it. It was she had like over 1,000 Gs, like 12 hours. She only had 12 broken blocks and like 12 monsters slain.
Yeah, that was the one that I was like 12 broken blocks. Fucking possible. So yeah. And she said, "I created it recently to learn and understand this world. I've played with my family, and it's a shared home account across devices, as you can see in the range of games/achievement. Fixed that this weekend. Everyone is only playing on their own gamer tags. But I get where this is coming from. I don't pretend to be the best gamer, and even though I'm playing, that's still not my goal. My focus is to make Xbox the best place to play, return to our roots, ship great things, and become stronger for the future. And yes, I'm writing my own posts." So I will say, at first I was also in the, yeah, she got AI to write this shit, but she got some good comebacks, because somebody was like, I think it was Grums, and Grums was like, was it Grums? It was either Grums or a PlayStation guy. I can't remember which one.
I think it was either Grums or Smash or JT.
Yeah, it was Grums then, because it wasn't Smash JT. And then he was like, "You don't even, I mean, she won't even tell us what her top 3 games are." And then she was like, "That's not true." And then she posted where she did already say what her 3 favorite games was, which was another red flag, by the way, because she didn't
even list a Halo game. She just listed a Halo.
She said Halo, Valheim, and GoldenEye. And she's an auntie, she's an auntie. There is a chance that she played GoldenEye as a child like we did, but I'm not buying it.
You know what's an interesting little tidbit? I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago. Someone asked Sarah Bond what her favorite game was, and she said GoldenEye as well.
Nice. So, all right. But what was the other comeback that she had? I didn't save it, but I remember I was like, all right, nah, this one's actually pretty funny. I think I posted it in the chat though. Was it in gaming news or general BS? I can't remember.
I can just probably look at her Twitter. She hasn't tweeted that much. Let's see. Someone said, "I don't believe you." She said, "Beep beep boop boop."
Oh yeah, that one where she was like, she's like, I think he was like, "I think you're AI or something like that," and then she was like, "Beep boop beep boop," Yeah, I thought that was funny. She's doing. You remember back when Phil first started and he would actually reply to fanboys and be like, "Yo, like, what the fuck is your problem?" Like that famous crap
Like
gamer.
the crap gamer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
no, funny thing is, a little tangent. I actually went through that thread a few weeks ago, and crap gamer, he literally said this is to the Quantum Break coming to PC. He literally said this is gonna lead to Xbox games coming to PlayStation and Switch and PC, and it happened. But everyone just quote tweets him getting fucking ratioed by Phil, but no one actually sees like he was right. Like he literally said like this is gonna lead to games coming to PlayStation, and he was right. Sorry, that was a tangent.
no, you good. So yeah, what was I about to say? So yeah, let's talk about Asha. So, how are you feeling about Asha as the new CEO?
I'm like that detective from what was that show, Dexter or some shit? Yeah, I'm him right now, bro. I'm him right now for Asha. I'm him right now for fucking Matt Booty, and I'm him right now for Herman Hulst, bro. Those are the three people I have my eyes on that I'm like, these motherfuckers should not like be in the positions they're in. Keeping my eyes on them, especially Asha, bro. Especially Asha. Like, I don't know, bro. It's just everything she's saying seems way too convenient, and it's like, I don't know. It's good to be skeptical, in my opinion. Like, it's good to not eat it up and like be like, oh my god. Like, it's better to be skeptical because it's like we know based on the prior regime that they wanted exclusives. Matt Booty wanted exclusives. Phil Spencer wanted exclusives. Matt Booty literally said in an email that he wants to like, what did he say verbatim?
PlayStation out of business.
Exactly. They wanted to spend PlayStation out of business. So it's like you know that's what they wanted to do. So how is it gonna change now that there's a new person in charge? You know, like I don't know, man. It's very weird. Like it just seems like Satya's all like, yeah, just tell them what they want to hear, and we're gonna do whatever we do anyways. But just tell them what they want to hear, and it's like. And I feel like that's the difference between like maybe like Phil and like Asha, where it's like Asha will just like probably say whatever, but it's like we know like Phil like fucking hates it, you know? Like I know he hated the fact that he had to go on to that fucking like business thing and say like, oh, these games are coming and these games aren't, all that. Like I know deep down inside that he hated to do that. But Asha, I don't think she would, you know? I don't even think she cares, honestly.
Yeah. So I was definitely super negative on Asha. I'm not eating everything up like some of these fucking Xbox guys are like now putting Asha in their fucking profile pictures and shit. I'm like, how many times do you have to be like, how many times do you have to be beaten down because of your abnormal obsession with just wanting to have Xbox execs be a part of your life or whatever? I don't know what the fuck y'all are doing, but like I'm not there. I'm also not as negative as I was initially with Asha. Now, is she a game? Do I think she is a gamer or will be a gamer-ass gamer? No, I don't think that's gonna happen.
And side note, they don't need to be. Yeah. Like, you don't need to be a gamer to be in the industry. Like Strauss Zelnick, he's not a gamer, and he literally says it. Bobby Kotick, like even like Jack Trenton.
Yeah. Like even fucking Nintendo people, like the one who took over for Iwata after he passed, and he was like the intermittent CEO before Furukawa. He wasn't a gamer. He was the business guy. He was the CFO, I think. And like he's been with Nintendo for years. So it's not like it's a necessity that you have to be a gamer as gamer.
His name was Tatsumi Kimishima?
Yeah, Kimishima. So yeah, you don't always need to be a gamer as gamer to run a gaming company. But you also have to understand, like, you have to understand the community, you have to understand the art, because this isn't a product. It's not only a product, it's art. You have to understand the art of it. You have to understand the politics of gaming, like what's gonna piss people off, what's not gonna piss people off. Now, of course, she has a lot of people there who can kind of guide her in, like, through that shit. If Matt Booty is still about it, like he was in them emails, I would hope that he would be the one to tell her, like, what's gonna work and what's not gonna work.
Yeah.
But I'm closer to neutral now on Asha.
Okay.
I think I'm not gonna say that, like, I'm not gonna believe half the things that she said. Although she did in the Jez interview, which I was gonna get into, but this is going a little long, so I won't get into as much. She was like, oh yeah, like when she said "hear you" about the exclusives thing, she didn't really mean that they were gonna bring exclusives back. She did say that she's still gonna be meeting players where they are, but she did say the plan is the plan until it's no longer the plan. Which basically just means that there's a chance for anything to happen. She basically said that there's nothing that's off the table. So
But that can also skew negative or positive.
Yes, exactly. Because nothing off the table could just mean,
like, we're gonna shut this shit down tomorrow, or it's gonna mean we're gonna fucking bring back exclusives tomorrow and drop the prices of Series X tomorrow, you know? Like, it could literally mean anything.
yeah. Now, the thing that's, like, the biggest red flag for her is that almost everything positive that she's saying is things that Phil, Sarah, and the team were already trying to implement in the first place. But it was Satya who didn't want any of that shit to happen, and that's how he got just 4 games, and then Forza Horizon, Halo, Gears going to PlayStation. That's how we got the price increases. That's how we got Game Pass subscription increase. Things like that. But then she comes after they leave because of the collision between Satya and that team. She comes in and then she hearkens everything that they stood for in the first place, which makes no sense. Why bring in a new regime to do exactly what the old regime was trying to do in the first place? Doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
So that's where it all falls down, as far as like her, like the people, like what she's saying, and Xbox people being like, yeah, she's the one because of this. Like, no. But I also I don't believe what Seamus Blackley, Seamus Blackley, is that his name? Is saying about her coming into Sunset, the Xbox brand. I don't think that's the case, but you never know. And like
I think he actually came out and retracted some of those statements.
Yeah. I did see his update where he was like, I've heard that from so many executives before. I
Which is fair.
Statement. Like, he said Bill Gates said it, Steven Spielberg, all these other people
Steve
said
Ballmer.
it. Yeah. So yeah, it is But I'm more open to giving her a neutral chance. I'm not going to go in with negativity for now until she's given us something. But I'm still not positive on Xbox's trajectory. I'm definitely very skeptical and very concerned about Xbox with her as the CEO.
She has to prove it. She has to prove it, man.
Yeah. But that's really all I gotta say on everything going on now. All right, you want to quickly just do Bluepoint? Because I don't think we're gonna get through these topics.
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Oops. Let me get back. So let's talk about Bluepoint. Probably one of the studios that almost every gamer, like even non-PlayStation fans, can look at Bluepoint and say, yeah, they've literally done nothing but good things. They've never done anything wrong. And yet, that's not enough nowadays in this industry because they were still shut down. And this happened not even a full 24 hours before Xbox decided to top them with the Phil Spencer news and all that. Because Xbox can never be outdone in bad news, ever. They could have pushed it back a week and been like, yeah, let's let this ride out. Let's let this Bluepoint thing ride out for a bit before we bring up Phil. No, they're like PlayStation, we gonna save you. Don't worry.
PlayStation stepped on a rake. Time to jump on it. Pretty much their mindset, bro. Literally every time.
They're like, oh, PlayStation stepped on a rake. Hey guys, look at us. We stepped on two.
And we shot our foot. We're
But
fucking
yeah.
handicapped now. Like, fuck, man.
But PlayStation announced that they were, or I guess Jason Schreier announced, not PlayStation. Jason Schreier put out the report that Bluepoint was being shut down, and this was due to the God of War live service game that they joyfully and happily put themselves on. They wanted to make this game so badly. They were like, yes, we would love to make a God of War live service game, Sony, according to some of the stupid ass reports that I've been seeing. So yeah, it started with them being shut down, and everybody was just confused. Like, out of every studio under PlayStation, how is it Bluepoint? Like, Media Molecule exists. Fucking Haven Studios is still going through bullet. Like, they still have not hit their milestones.
Bro, that game is apparently still years away.
Still haven't hit their milestones. They're still alive. Who else been fucking up lately? I mean, everybody else already got done in. Like, I don't even know who else to even bring up. Everybody else, they've gotten rid of most of the stragglers. So, but Bluepoint, they bought them 2021. And that was right after the Demon's Souls remake, which was a 90 plus rated game. And it didn't sell the best. I mean, it's Demon's Souls, but it sold 2 million. Did it even hit 2 million?
Not that I know of. It might have hit 2 million digitally and physically, but I don't think it did it just like digitally.
Okay. So yeah, Demon's Souls remake was a beloved game. was the launch title for the PS5. Great looking launch title. Very very accurate remake. Didn't really change too much. A little bit of quality of life, but for the most part, it was the same game, just a lot prettier. Which is what Blueprint does the best. Like, the Shadow of the Colossus remake looked like a modern game, but it was still the classic PS2 game that you knew and loved. Like, that was their bread and butter. Faithful remakes, but modernized. And they were the best at that. They were literally the best at it. From a third party standpoint, like, I mean, at least in a faithful remake manner, they were the best. There's the Resident Evil remake of just making a completely new game. Capcom does that the best. But when it comes to making a faithful remake, they are the top tier. But that wasn't enough, because those games did not sell, no matter how good they were. A lot of their games are 90 plus rated. A lot of their games did amazing jobs with what they pulled off, but they just did not make enough money to make PlayStation happy. And because of that, you know, not PlayStation didn't put them on this. It was totally only it was only Bluepoint's idea, right? To make a God of War live service game. And then when that God of War live service game didn't come to fruition, PlayStation was like, why do we still have them? But how did you feel about the Bluepoint news? Because I feel like that I really didn't play too much Bluepoint, like too much of the Bluepoint remakes, except for Gravity Rush Remastered on PS4.
Yeah, I've played I played the Uncharted collection.
I guess I did play that.
And then the Metal Gear, the first original Metal Gear collection with 2 and 3 was done by them. I never got around to Titanfall on 360, which is unfortunate, but I would have loved to. And then yeah, Demon Souls, Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah,
I played a lot of their stuff, man.
Played that
Shadow of the Colossus remake was incredible, bro. My initial thought after seeing this news is Herman gotta go, bro. Herman gotta go, bro. He gotta get taken out like fucking Old Yeller, bro. Like I'm sorry, like he's an issue. He's the problem. Like I don't know how you look at your whole slate of studios and look at Bluepoint, a team that has their own engine that's literally like apart from, you know, Naughty Dog's engine and Sucker Punch's engine and all them. Like, they literally have their own engine. They're technical wizards with their engine, and they're super talented. And they put out, like, you know, a game every like few years, like every like 3 or 4 years they put out something, especially like once they started doing like real remakes and not like just remasters, you know. Yeah, man, I think Herman gotta go, because this is a horrible decision, and it's literally gonna be like another Japan Studios, where it's like 10 years down the line, people are gonna be like RIP Bluepoint. Like, no one's gonna forget about this.
Yeah, this is gonna be. I can definitely see. I mean, no, I was gonna say this motherfucker Herman Host was like, damn, bro, Sony on my ass, or damn, what's his name? Who's the real CEO?
Oh, Nishino?
Yeah, Nishino on my ass right now. Like, damn, all right. I need to close down the studio so we can get some money. I'm just gonna close my eyes, and I'm just gonna, whichever studio I land on, that's who gotta go.
Fuck, man.
That's
and it lands on fucking Gorilla or Horizon. He's like, nope, gotta do it again.
He's like, oh, I guess, yeah, we gotta close down. Yeah, sorry, Bluepoint. Y'all are wasting so much money doing like, motherfucker. I doubt Bluepoint with 70, 80, people are using that much money and resources at PlayStation, but okay. So yeah, this shit made no damn sense. No matter, I don't know how you can look at this and be like, yeah, this made perfect sense. It didn't make any goddamn sense. The biggest thing for me is that PlayStation has so many IP that need remakes, including the God of War trilogy remake that everyone expected was Bluepoint.
Yeah, me too, bro.
So this is the thing that don't like. Okay, why is Santa Monica making the God of War trilogy remake when this all this development time that they're doing on this remake could go to making the next God of War, whatever, Egypt, China, wherever they go. It like, nigga, why are y'all not doing this? If y'all are spending this time on not remasters, remakes of the trilogy, and Cory Balrog's team is working on a new IP, there's no way that there's a third team that's making a new IP, or not a new IP, but a new.
Bro, honestly, I think Cory is just making fucking God of War at this point.
I mean, he said that it's not God of War though.
He said it's not a new IP,
but it's gonna feel like one.
Yeah, which could mean that it's God of War.
I guess. I could have sworn they confirmed it's not God of War, but maybe not.
I think just a quick theory. I think it's actually gonna be like a split timeline game where Atreus ends up in Egypt Atreus ends up in Greek mythology and Kratos ends up in Egypt. At least that's my theory right now. And that's why he's saying like, oh, when people see this, they're not gonna know what it is.
Yeah. He also did say it's not an Atreus-led game.
Sure.
So I mean, but that doesn't.
But he didn't say it's not Loki.
Gotcha, bitch. Okay.
I don't know, bro. I really think it's gonna be God of War, and I feel like people are gonna be disappointed, to be honest.
Or is Jack and Dexter? It's fucking.
I would love that.
You're gonna reboot Jack as a sad dad somehow. But yeah, Bluepoint. Yeah, this Bluepoint one, like, it's not a studio that meant a lot to me unless they would have announced that Legend of Dragoon remake. If they would have had a Legend of Dragoon, if I hear any report that says that Bluepoint was working on Legend of Dragoon, like, I'm going to Sony HQ. It's about to be a wrap for Herman Host specifically. So, but yeah, this shit made no sense.
It's short-sighted, bro.
Yeah, short-sighted games, long-term pain.
But it literally makes sense why Sony got into bed with Bluepoint, because it's like, while your teams are fucking taking 7, 8, 9 years making their games, it's like you can have a remake team remaking all the beloved PlayStation games that were in the past. Like, it's literally like, makes so much sense, and then just how it played out has just made no fucking sense.
Yep. The weirdest thing is that they, like, the thing that's the worst part about Blueprint getting shut down is how they got shut down. They made critically acclaimed games. PlayStation picked them up, knowing exactly what they're good at. They picked them up because of what they're good at. I know damn well they did not, like, they were making an original game at the time, but PlayStation did not pick them up because of that original game. They were like, y'all make good remakes or remasters in a timely fashion, and they a lot of people love them. Y'all gonna make some original games too? Bonus. That's a bonus. Okay, the first original game didn't work out. All right. And then they're like, hey, we can do a Bloodborne. because reports came out today or yesterday saying that they did want to work on Bloodborne. You know, the game that everybody has been clamoring for forever. All the PlayStation, all the Souls fans have been saying if that Bloodborne remake happened, that's a 10 million plus seller right there. And yet, they said, or sorry, I forgot. The reports came out that said that it was Bluepoint who decided to make that God of War live service game of no influence whatsoever. Not because there's 10 other PlayStation studios that randomly decided to make a live service game also in the same span. You know, they just really wanted to make this God of War live service game. It was their passion project, right? And when that looked like it wasn't going well, they just say, fuck them. Get them out of here. Bro, you are the reason that, like, that's the shit. All right. People compare this to Hi-Fi Rush and Xbox, right? Like, they're saying that this is PlayStation's Tango Gameworks moment. But at least with Tango, they did their big game. Like, they tried to get out of that. And Hi-Fi Rush did well. It didn't sell. And they brought it over to other consoles. It still didn't sell. But they did what they could to, like, try to sell Hi-Fi Rush at least. PlayStation didn't even get a game out. They put them on a project that didn't even make sense for them, and then closed them down when that didn't work out. Like, at least Tango got to do their big standout game, where this was supposed to be the best game that Tango Gameworks has ever put out. So yeah, it sucks, bro. And it's not the end, which is like, we know this is just gonna keep happening, because it's like every 3 months we got a new studio that we have to mourn the loss of, and it's always someone that didn't really deserve it. Like, sometimes it's like, okay, this game failed, and it's like, yeah, I can understand, but at the same time, it's bullshit regardless. But yeah, that's really all I got on Bluepoint. Anything else you want to add?
Other than the Bloodborne remake, dreams die with Bluepoint, in my opinion. But the only way I see Bloodborne remake actually happening at this point
is if Miyazaki is the one.
Is it FromSoft does it themselves?
FromSoft and Miyazaki are the ones remaking it.
Exactly.
All right. Well, just to throw out the news topics that we're not gonna get to because we went too far.
Because the industry was popping off.
Yeah, shit was popping off today. Amazon decided not to go through with Maverick Games' new narrative-driven driving game from the former Playground Games devs. But Mike Brown did say, a few people sharing condolences about this. Please do not. We are as good as we've ever been and are getting ready to share the game with you later in the year. We will aim to shoot a podcast to discuss it a bit more tomorrow. So not all bad. Seems that they still have a chance of getting this game out at least, which is good to see, because I was actually excited about whatever they were working on. We have a new showcase that is coming up. The Insider Gaming Showcase, which is set for May 28th. Now, after that Next Level New Game Plus showcase bullshit that we got last time, I'm kind of skeptical about new showcases popping up, But I did like the idea that Insider Gaming had, because this is a showcase that focuses on games which still need funding or publisher backing. So it's for these developers to show off their game, and then maybe if they show well and they get a lot of buzz, then publishers will actually like, okay, this game's getting a lot of buzz, let's pick this up. So I think that's a great idea. A new Marvel collection, but this one is for the classic Marvel beat 'em ups: X-Men the Arcade, Spider-Man X-Men Arcade's Revenge, Captain America and the Avengers, Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage, Venom/Spider-Man Separation Anxiety, and Silver Surfer. All with rollback netcode, save anywhere, in-game rewind, a museum, and cheat menus. Coming to Switch, PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. No release date, but this is from Limited Run Games using their, what's their engine that they use for the remasters or the ports or whatever? I forgot.
What team again?
Limited Run Games.
Oh yeah, they have their own
engine.
internal engine. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's their engine that they use for these classic games that works really well. So if you're a classic Konami beat 'em up fan, this is another Konami game. Like, Konami is just going all in, bro. But all the Konami Marvel beat 'em ups are coming in the collection. Wolverine got its release date, September 15th. They were trying to take the heat off of them for Bluepoint, and they sacrificed Wolverine's release date. They were like, it's coming out September 15th. That's the tweet. That's it. And then everybody forgot Bluepoint happened. But a great release date right before November, or 2 months before November, so enough time before GTA 6 to let that game breathe. Hopefully Fable drops on the same day. Forza Horizon 6 campaign details, and they actually look pretty, I like what I'm seeing so far. Campaign will be playable solo and in co-op with friends. Renewed focus on progression. With each new wristband that you earn, you'll be invited to compete in more events. These races will feature car themes, challenging you to master faster, more thrilling cars. Race Customizer unlocks after first event race. Customize opponents, conditions, rules, and eligible cars. Obtain all 7 festival wristbands and you'll become a Horizon Legend. Grants you access to Legend Island. Additional progression system. Earn stamps for exploration, a system inspired by Japan's rich stamp collecting history. Hypercars can't be used in festival races until you've obtained at least the purple wristband. Stamps will unlock new player houses and Japan with customizable garages. Collection, journal hub, progression, unique rewards for completing specific activities and challenges, cars, credits, and cosmetic items. So it seems they're doing a little bit different stuff, you know? It's not exactly the same. It seems like they're trying at least to change the progression elements and everything. But you liking what you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're trying to make it a little bit more grindy, I would say.
That's something that it needs, because I think that's what I liked about Forza Motorsport, is that it was actually like you had to grind for those new cars. Whereas Forza Horizon 5, they're just throwing shit at you every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, it was like like when you go on Temu and then they like, spin the wheel. You just got 50% off, bro.
Yeah, the super wheel spins and shit.
Oh my God. Here's 3 more items. Get it.
Yeah.
Like that's how I felt playing Forza Horizon 5. Like, spin the wheel, 1,000,000 credits. Oh my God. What can I do with this? I don't know. Buy some more cars. Bro. So yeah. I think that they're trying to slow down the progression to make the rewards actually rewarding. I like that. Ed Boon. randomly asking about Killer Instinct.
Mm-hmm.
And he says
That was interesting.
best way to bring back Killer Instinct. $70 full game, Xbox only. $70 full game, all systems. Free to play, Xbox only. Free to play, all systems. Which one works? What do you think for you?
Honestly, not a $70 fighting game, because I don't think that there even has been one yet.
I think Mortal Kombat 1 was $70.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me check. Because if that game was $70, then that fucking depressing price. But I am definitely not with what's it called? I'm saying 59.
Okay, so it was 59.
I could be wrong though. They have a definitive edition that's more expensive.
All right, I don't know then. I don't think we've had a $70 one then.
Yeah, I don't think we have, bro. I think, and now the game's actually priced at 49. Yeah, Street Fighter 6 was 60. Even Marvel Tokon 62. So, yeah, I'm not with that, but I'm assuming. Wait, what were the options again?
So $70 Xbox only, $70 everything. Free to play Xbox only, free to play everything.
Okay,
obviously both Xbox only options are the work. Like they have 5% votes.
Oh, okay.
Both of them.
I was gonna say the all platform options. I'm assuming are the higher voted on.
$70 all systems is the most voted by 2%, and then free to play all systems is right behind it.
Interesting. I would think that the free to play one would be ahead, but
now the real one should be like $50, $40 Killer Instinct.
I agree.
But honestly, it should be the same model as the first one, which was free to play for
you buy the characters,
but then you buy the full pack for like $40, $50, whatever you want to do it. Like, I think it should be free to play just to get people in, and then if you want to buy the full experience, then you can do that. Same thing with Dead or Alive. They did the same thing with Dead or Alive 5 and Dead or Alive 6. And it worked for Killer Instinct 1. I think it'll still work for the next Killer Instinct. But do you think Ed Boon might actually have something cooking with Killer Instinct, or is he just talking? Like Ed?
I have a feeling that he is leading to something with this.
I think so too. One, he's been talking about Killer Instinct a little bit too much lately, but two, with the whole WB situation up in the air, I think this would be the perfect time for him to just start on Killer Instinct, because or at least a Killer Instinct versus Mortal Kombat or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. I agree, because it's like the last Mortal Kombat was not received well at all.
Even though it sold a lot.
Yeah, it sold great. Injustice 3 seems like it's just paused for indefinite because of WB
and all the shit going on.
Yes, and it seems like Xbox wants to do something with Killer Instinct, so I'm for it, bro.
I'm still skeptical because Mortal Kombat plays so differently to Killer Instinct that
it's slower, right?
Mortal Kombat Killer Instinct is a lot faster than Mortal Kombat.
That's what I'm saying. Like Killer Instinct is really fast, right? Like almost like hyper fast.
And like Mortal Kombat 1 tried to get away from that Mortal Kombat formula and get into tag battles and all this other stuff, and they just didn't know how to really do that. So I'm scared. I feel like Ed Boon he knows how to do one thing really well, and I fear for him trying to do Killer Instinct and it just not feeling like Killer Instinct and just being another Mortal Kombat game. So that's what I would know. All right, Chris Stockman The design director of the original Saints Row says the series is probably dead after his pitch for a prequel is being ignored by the IP's owner, Embracer. RIP. After that reboot, I totally understand why Embracer wants nothing to do with Saints Row. But I still think Saints Row deserves one more shot. So if this is true, I'm sad about the news. Crackdown and Saints Row both deserve one last hurrah, at least one last try, because they were too good of a franchise to just go to waste.
I agree.
But with the death of one franchise comes the revival of a dead developer, because Radical Entertainment, the creators of Prototype and Simpsons Hit and Run, are back as new Radical Games, and they're talking about that they don't have their own IP, but they want your IP and they want to do justice to your IP, and that's what they're going to be working on. And their website does not feature a lot of Prototype, but it does feature a lot of Simpsons Hit and Run. Is that Simpsons Hit and Run remake finally happening? Not the fan-made game.
Hey, I mean, if we can get Crazy Taxi back in the year of our Lord, whenever it fucking comes out, then yeah, I say that Simpsons Hit and Run game can happen.
But also Xbox, you need somebody to make the new Prototype, or any Prototype for that matter.
Prototype, like, yeah.
Even if it's a remake of Prototype 1, get these guys on it ASAP. Let them do a remake first for the first one. And then if that one does good, if they did a great job, let them do Prototype 3. Because if they still got that same talent, I'm hoping that they still got that same talent. Like, we need those movement abilities and everything back in full force.
Oh yeah.
And Assassin's Creed, last piece of news. Assassin's Creed has updated their leadership, and they're introducing new members of the leadership team that will steer the franchise's ambitious new chapter. Martin Schelling, head of AC brand. Jean Gustin, head of content. Francois de Billy, head of production excellence. I ain't gonna lie, Francois de Billy, that, like, we about to see some excellence, because that name, like, that's a fucking name, bro. Francois de Billy. Oh, like, we about to see some production excellence from fucking Assassin's Creed from now on. I trust that man with my fucking life.
Just based off his name?
Yeah, bro. Francois de Billy. That shit is funny. Fire. But
hey, just like we trusted Sarah Bond with that name, you know?
Exactly. Once she said Bond, Sarah Bond, like, we knew.
Facts,
but yeah, I don't know any of these people. So I don't even know the previous heads of the Assassin's Creed brand and content and production excellence. So I really don't know if this is a good or bad thing, but hopefully it leads to a better franchise at the end of the day. That's all we can ask for. Any of this ring any bells for you, or any? No.
I mean, I'm still waiting for that Assassin's Creed 4 remake, so give me that and I'll be happy, because I feel like they've been doing fine with the series, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think they've, like, as much as people complain about Valhalla and Odyssey, both of those games sold a shit ton.
And they were good games.
Yeah, they were still good games. They were bloated, but a bloated game isn't like a good bloated game is such a first world problem. Like, oh my god, they're giving me so much of this good game.
Facts.
But like, honestly, when I was playing Odyssey, like, I was like, man, this game is so great. I could play it forever until I can no longer play the game. I'm like, I still consider Odyssey one of my favorite games. I don't look at Odyssey negatively because there was too much content. Like, if I played an MMO and I didn't make it to the end game of the MMO, I don't look at the MMO negatively because I never made it to the end game. Like I had fun with my 100 hours, even though that 100 hours did not equate to me beating the game. I enjoyed every second that I played it until I was done.
And honestly, with Assassin's Creed games, bro, I've beaten quite a few of them, and it's never really about the ending for those games.
Except for Assassin's Creed 2, because that ending was fire. But that's all. Everything like Assassin's Creed 1, I couldn't even finish that game. That shit, I didn't like Assassin's Creed 1 after a while.
You're playing the games for the gameplay.
Assassin's Creed 3, we know everyone hated that ending. Everyone hated Assassin's Creed 3.
Everyone disliked that.
Yeah. Brotherhood, I didn't get to the end of that one. And then I stopped playing Assassin's Creed up until Odyssey. So I don't even know the endings of all the other ones.
It's never about the endings. I feel you're playing the games for the immersion in the world that you're getting, and like the combat and like the questing and stuff.
Exactly. But
the parkour,
especially the parkour, until they got rid of the parkour, and then we were like, "What is this?" Although
they're bringing it back.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. I feel like it can only go up from Shadows. Hopefully. But yeah, with that, let's go ahead and get out of here. That is it. That is all we have for you guys today. Thank you all for tuning in, and all the people leaving comments in the chat. We do appreciate the support. Make sure you guys hit that like because we love you guys and it helps us grow this channel. If you're not subscribed, you enjoyed the show, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button so you can stay updated for when Dual-Wield premieres. Subeg, appreciate you for pulling up. Where can we find you and what you got going on today?
Yes, so y'all can find me on twitter.com/SubegDollywall, Instagram, same thing, SubegDollywall. You guys can follow me on Twitch or YouTube at Subagels. Add me on PlayStation, Xbox. My Xbox gamer tag is Avatar Subeg, no underscores, no numbers, and then my name on PlayStation is Subagels. What am I gonna be doing? I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna hit the gym. And then I'm gonna try to get a good night's sleep because I have to wake up early to go to my court date tomorrow. So if y'all are watching this on Thursday, pray for me.
Pray for that boy. But as for myself, Otaku, you can find me on Twitter at PastaFeet, F3ET. You can find me on twitch.tv/OtakuTheDawn. And of course, you can find me right here on YouTube, where not only are we doing Dual-Wield Gaming Podcast every Thursday, Project Entitled Gaming Podcast every Saturday live. Also, LordsOfGaming.net. I should have another review out today for y'all, which is Dead Pets, a punk rock slice of life simulator, or sim, whatever it's called. I finished that, should have the review out, and I enjoyed it a lot. Very niche game, but a very my type of niche, so solid game. And then I'll probably have my Mario Tennis review out by the end of the month, hopefully. I do want to get one more review out at the end of the month. But that's all I got going on. What happened? Oh no. Something dropped. Breaking news or something else.
Is it Jover?
Is it Jover? Are you talking about connection or? Oh, it might be the connection.
It's all good.
It's good?
Now it's good, yeah.
Okay. I thought you guys saw some news pop up or something.
Nah.
Okay. Well, with that, any final words for the people before we to get them through the week?
Final words. Go cop that Demon Tides, y'all. That's it. That's the tweet.
and go outside, bro.
Facts.
Touch some grass. And if you don't want to touch grass, at least go hit the gym. The second best thing you can do. Like if you in Portland, like I am, and it's just fucking rainy and depressing, and you don't want to go outside, gym is the next best option. But yeah, with that, let's get out of here. Peace out, everybody. Enjoy your week, your weekend, month, year, life, all that. Bye-bye.
Peace.